KTM engine Anderson. All different chassis here in this championship as we get underway for this rolling start. First of 3 12-minute races to get this action underway. You can see these pretty much are this pretty much equivalent of the Formula 1 of karting in the karting world. They're incredibly fast. They go from 0 to 145 miles an hour in seconds. It is absolutely amazing to see. So already then, it's then Liam Morley who leads the way in car number 24, being chased down by Ross Allen in car number 5, followed by Liam Harper in 3rd position. Turn their way through, there's a bit of a move on there further back in the top 10 as they turn their way in through the right-hander. And now on the international circuit, of course, you'll see rather than the coastal circuit, they now turn fully all the way left, down the Tom Price straight, through the hairpin, and then down the back straight through the bus stop for the first time. So Liam Morley leads the way then from Ross Allen in 2nd place. It's Harper in 3rd, up to 4th from 6th on the grid. It's gone Liam Waite, and out of the race already, sadly, or having a mistake in fact, it's car number 20. And kart 20 is Andy Gulliford, who started 8th on the grid, sadly. He was one of the, he was actually on 8th in Division 1, so one of the Division 1 karts in trouble, and I think his Anderson VM has become something of a lawnmower, I think, and that's just collecting grass on the front as he's trying to get back on the circuit. Sorry, Andy, on that one. But trying to make his way back onto the circuit, collecting all the grass. I wonder if his cooling any good. There's kart 31, which is Sam Moss, who is currently at the moment in 6th position. Started up in 5th place, lost 1 spot as the Division 1 karts currently lead the way. It's now Paul Platt in the gas engine PvP, who leads the way into the F250 class, followed by Lee Plane in 2nd place. And then it's Catamol in 3rd position in car E. The 450 class is led by Mark Galatli in the Yamaha engine Silverstone chassis. And then we also got the leader of the 125s, car number 97, which is Tom Riley, starting 16th overall, still staying 16th, and heads the number E1, which is Mark Bramhall in his Iami engine Anderson chassis. So incredibly quick cars, they zip down towards the bus stop. We've seen a bit of battle developing here between Ross Allen and Lee Harper for 2nd place overall. As they turn through, there is car number 3, which is Carl Kinsey in his VM engine Anderson chassis, currently sat at the moment in 6th place, 1 place up from where he started, but dropping down from where he started another place is Sam Moss, started 5th, down to 7th already. Now they turn their way into the banking for the 2nd time. Liam Moore is absolutely spreading the field here in his number 24 VM engined Anderson kart. There's the GP plate, which usually means it's the man who's the driver who's won the coveted Superkart Grand Prix. Change on here for position because here comes Carl Kinsey. The fantastic move on number 18 of Andrew Waite, and you just see the speed of the karts as they sweep through down the back straight. It's like Waite's trying to get him back here and might go round the outside into the 2nd part of Rocket. He's certainly looking for it, but again, the grunts and go off the corner of the number 3 kart. Carl Kinsey just squirts his way up towards Peel Corner, and that now puts him into 5th position now as the 2 Anderson VM chassis continue to battle. Also trying to close in now is the number 31 of Samuel Moss, as they make their way out of the left-hander and all the way down up towards that was left-hander at Siemens, down the Tom Price straight and towards the hairpin. That's battle developing here. And the Division 1 karts are pretty much the fastest karts that you'll find out there. They boast around about 100 horsepower, and they can go from 145 miles 0 to 145 miles per hour, literally, as I mentioned, in second, just inches off the ground. They offer full tuning and setup capabilities. They are literally the karting equivalent of, as I mentioned, Formula 1. So this is pretty much the fastest go-karts that you'll find in any form of karting out there, and they really are incredible little machines. And you get motorsport personalities like Valentino Rossi and Marco Schumacher who have not just even talked about these and praised the drivers here, but also driven these karts and commented just how incredible these machines are. You know that he gave these guys a lot of respect. You've got personalities like that, so certainly singing their praises for how incredibly crazy they are, but how quick they are to adapt to these sort of machines. Now, they keep the lead gap. It's 4.4 seconds for Liam Morley ahead of the number 5 of Ross Allen. The 47 of Lee Harper remaining in 3rd, so top 3 on the grid staying as they were at this point in time. It's only a short race, only 12 minutes. As they turn their way out of Peel Corner, just behind the battle of what's going on for 5th and 6th, we can 6th and 7th, the GP plate car that leads the 250 category. That is Paul Platt. His gas engine PvP, brilliant name for an engine, isn't it? Gas. And then the rest of the field goes streaming through. Again, class leaders to confirm. Mark Gellertley in the Yamaha engine Silverstone is still in 12th position. And then the Riley kart in 15th place, number 97, is Tom Riley. He's managed to put a couple of carts between himself And second place man E1, car E1, which is Mark Bramwell, that's the 56 car that's 5th in the 250 category. And that is Michael Goff, who started back in 24th place and made it 8 spots already, so a good start for Michael Goff into the top 5 in the F250 category. There is the battle going on there. You see that's Hartman and Robinson that were pretty close contention. Matt Robinson in 4th, so again, top 4 as they were, but the man that's moving at the moment seems to be Carl Kinsey in car number 3. He started back in 7th, up 2 spots where he was. Good battle going on here though between the 18 of Andrew Waite, and he's now been chased down by the 31 of Sam Moss as they go into the complex at Rocket. Up the inside goes Sam. Runs a little wide on the exit, but looks as though, if you can see, if possibly Andrew can try and get the undercut here, exiting the second part of the Rocket complex, but not quite. Sam Moss has got better traction off the corner, and through he goes into 6th position. So the Division 1 car certainly showcasing they are some of the fastest, pretty much the fastest action that you'll see all weekend here. Down into the Tom Price hairpin. And see what pace, if anything, that Andrew Waite has in response to Samuel Moss. There are the leaders in front. There's Carl Kinsey, who's already caught up to the back of Matt Robinson. The lap times for them last time fairly evenly matched, both of them 1 minute 25s, but the man in front of them, Harpham, is much quicker. Although on that time around, Carl Kinsey set a faster lap time than both of the 3 cars immediately in front of him. Of Matt Robinson, then it was Lee Harpham, and then also Ross Allen in the turquoise car number 5. So we could see before the end of this race, they'll start to close up a little bit more now. As Carl Kinsey sweeps his way through Church Corner, gets the run here with this big toe. He'll get off the Church Corner, sweeps to the inside. And look at the pace he's got already. Sweep, just charging past Matt Robinson. 51 carts hanging back a little bit. That is Steve Soki. And he's towards the back of the field, started back in 31st position. So just running at his own pace towards the rear. 4 minutes to go in this rather swift race. Of course, I think these karts, of course, are quite highly strung machines, so they tend to really go for a limited amount of time. But the pace that they can set is pretty impressive, as you can tell. If you've only seen superkarts for the first time, just look at these machines here. The mix is you can tell that they praise these car lines, because the way he swept around that back marker that quickly at such a tight angle through seams was pretty impressive in itself. Brilliant stuff from these supercars. That's Andrew Waite that's there. Meanwhile, possible change on for second. Up the inside there goes Lee Harpham. And that's a move made in second place. But looks so Ross Allen might have to try and get him back here as they come down the pit straight towards turn 1 once again. Excellent stuff here as they come down into the right-hander at the banking. Now they turn back through Church, and it looks though, even though that Ross Allen's got quite decent pace, doesn't seem to have enough to be able to have any response for the pace that Lee Harpham has. They come up through School and back in towards Rocket once again. Quite fitting really when these karts are pretty much pocket rockets. Now, the number 3 car of Carl Kinsey is getting pretty close now he's closed in pretty substantially to Ross Allen, because the lap time was last time by. Well, Ross Allen's last time was 1 minute 26.1, so he really struggled on that lap. Comparing that to the 3 karts immediately around him, which is Liam Morley's of a 124.2, who's away and gone to the tune of about 10 seconds up the road. Lee Harper's at a 124.717, half a second slow, but still 1.5 seconds quicker than Lee Allen's time. And then Carl Kinsey is quicker than the 2 karts in front of him. So there he is, car number 3, the black and fluorescent yellow car. It's a little wide on the exit, just kicks up the dust. That'll compromise his pace a little bit. And Matt Robinson also trying to stay as close as he can towards the end here. What's Ross Allen's pace like this time as they come across the line? It's 126.0. So his pace has really dropped off, so it's not really on the same pace as everyone else. Everyone around him is doing 1 minute 24s, whereas Ross Allen really not as fast as he would really hope to be. His personal best is a 124.7, so that's there. Meanwhile, back at the front, Liam Morley has just absolutely spread-eagled the field here in his VM engine Anderson car. Anderson appearing to be mostly the car of choice here for those in the supercarts, whether they be in Division 1 or whether it's any of the other divisions out there, the 125s, 250s or 450s. So they head through the back straight, there is some of the back markers having a good scrap here towards the rear of the field. That's kart 66. Kart 66 being John Faulkner, and there's the 46 kart battling with 26. The 46 and 26 having a scrap there. That's the 46 and Johnson that we saw battling. Charles Edward Johnson having a battle with Ronan McClintock. And that was for position in 450. So that was for second place there. Johnson taking second from McClintock there in the 450 category, and down in 17th and 18th place overall. The category leader is Mark Gallatley, who doing a grand job at the moment, up in 12th overall, and got quite a distance over himself. The other class leaders being Paul Platt, who leads the way in his GP plate PVP chassis with the gas engine. He leads with 8th in the 250 category. And the 125 lead is still with Tom Riley, so he still leads the way. His TM engine Anderson has got quite an advantage. He's currently 16th overall, ahead of that second place battle for 450s. And then it's for Parr, the 49 of Michael Parr in second place, and the E1 plate kart and the 125s, and that is of Mark Bramhall. Meanwhile, back towards the head of the field, the timer is counting down to 0, which means we've got on our last lap here, and not much you can really say apart from that Liam Morley has absolutely dominated this race from start to finish, from pole position, and certainly living up to the form which he seems to be setting already. Out through Siemens, down the Tom Price straight, and back towards the hairpin for the last time. Last time he came across the line, he was 11.6 seconds in the lead, and now he's looking to try and seal the deal here. Out of the second to last corner, down the back straight towards the final corner, and one word to describe his performance is absolutely dominant. Out of the last corner is the first win of the weekend in the Motorsport UK British Superkart Championship for Liam Morley, as he heads across the line and takes the victory. And maybe we'll get to see him on camera as he comes out. Look at some of the back markers here as they come across the line. It is now Ross Allen was able to hold it out. Lee Harper's dropped out towards the end of the race there. So Lee Harper, sadly, looks like we lost him on the last lap of the race because he's tumbling down the timing screen. And he was running in, I think it was second place. So sadly, he will not score any points on this race. But it's Ross Allen who takes second place. I think that's him there, just crawling round the final corner on the inside line. So Lee Harper was a very strong drive in what was as high as second place. Will just crawl over the line, I think, if he can. Is that getting over the line now? He's down to 10th. Can he hold on to P10? He's just getting across the line if he can. He's trying to push it. He's edging it across the line, Lee Harper. And yes, just gets it across in P10. He did so by just 1.5 seconds. He was very close to losing that, but Lee Harper will have to head back to the paddock and get the VM engined MS chassis back to full health before he has his second race tomorrow. What could have been for him after a strong result. Rest of the field comes through. For the record, for the class winners, it was the Paul Platt's GP plate kart that won 250 in 7th place overall, from Lee Plain in 2nd place, and the 250 the E-plate kart of Kurt Catamol finishing 3rd. In the 450s, it was Mark Gallatley and the number 12 Yamaha engine Silverstone. He wins that class from the number 46, which is Charles Edward Johnson, who took that in the closing stages. And then 3rd place, actually, then goes, in fact, to... There was a late charge from the 55, which was Gary Ward, who picked up the 3rd quickest, because McClintock dropped back to 4th in class a few spots further back. And then the 125s, it's a victory for Tom Riley, and he wins quite comfortably by quite a margin. What's the exact margin? It's about 4 seconds or so from the number 49, and that would have been of Michael Parr. And then 3rd place for the E1 kart, which is Mark Bramhall. For the 57 karts also had some dramas as well. The 57 kart being of Mark Pask, who started in 14th on the grid, so he's had some troubles as well. And looking at it, we lost, I think, 3 karts. The other kart we lost as well, sadly, was the number 50 kart, which was running up in the 450 class. And kart 50 was find him on the time. John Busby, sadly, who started back in 25th on the grid and was unable to make it. So just quick confirmation of the finishing results then. So it is a win for Liam Morley by 16 seconds from Ross Allen in second place. It's Carl Kinsey in third. And then it's fourth place for the number 84 of Matt Robinson. Fifth place goes to number 31 of Sam Moss. So almost the entire top five finishing in the order they finished. There you can see the Superkarts heading into Parc Fermé, and you can see in the background also our next race coming up for the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Championship. We've got sixth place for the 18 of Andrew Waite, seventh place and the win into the 250 division for Paul Platt and the GP plate car. Second in 250 was the 101 of Lee Plain. Ninth was the E250 of Kurt Catamol, and then we have the 47 car of Harper, just edged it over the line. And again, to confirm the other class winners quickly, Mark Gillotley was 11th overall in 450, F450, and the 125 which went to Tom Riley in the 97 car, finishing in 16th place overall. Superkarts are back tomorrow. Now for our next race, the first of what should be a thrilling weekend of Mazda MX-5, starting with the first race of the weekend for the Mazda MX-5 Championship.
So after a great MSA British Superkart race, our winner was Liam Morley. Liam, huge congratulations. Did that in style.
Yeah, thank you very much. It wasn't all plain sailing, I'm afraid. Coming down to the dummy grid, the clutch stopped clearing, so we didn't know if we'd get off the start as well as we would hope, but luckily managed to lead into turn one, pull a gap and just bring it home in P1.
And what's this track like in the Superkarts? I mean, we saw the Fun Cup guys were hard work after 25 minutes. I mean, you're averaging you're doing nearly 150 miles an hour going up to Rocket. It's hard work in these, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, just look at the state. I mean, sweaty as anything, red face, no power steering or anything like that. It is hard work, but luckily they're only 12-minute races, anything else, and I think fitness would come into it big time.
And you did it in true Ricky Bobby style?
No, don't start with that. These lot are wanting to pay me to start taking him off, but that's not happening.
Okay, right. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks. Right, so that was the winner of our MSA British Superkart Championship. We'll hand back to Scott Woodwis, who will take you through the BRSCC Mazda MX-5s. So we're down here in the assembly area for the BRSCC MX-5 Championship. One person I'm going to talk to is Brian Chandler, because although you're a pretty rapid peddler, you're running pretty much half the grid, aren't you?
In the Mark 3s, we've only got a couple of Mark 1s now. I was just saying, actually, it's about time I climb back in a Mark 1, actually. So watch this space, I might be out in one again.
I mean, how hard is it to stand and watch when, as you say, you've been pretty successful with Mazdas? I mean, does the racing driver kick in and go, oh, you should have gone for that move, or I would have done that, those sort of feelings?
Yeah, definitely, and that's, I think, why we've got a large amount of guys in our own, and obviously, I'm a driver coach as well as making them go fast, so yeah, I think that's where it attracts our business from. But yeah, it kills watching and not actually racing myself. Yeah, I hate it.
And considering the difficulty we've had in the last 18 months, 33 cars.
Oh no, it's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's good, it's nice to be back at Anglesey again. We did think that this place wouldn't happen this year, but I'm glad it does. It's one of my favourite places to come to. It's just a long drive. But yeah, it's nice to see everyone out there and actually racing. It's nice.
Excellent stuff. We'll let you go to the pit wall. That was Brian Chandler, who running a number of Mark 3s and also a couple of Mark 1s. Pretty handy peddler himself. So we'll hand back to Scott Woodwis, who will take you through the grid for the MX-5s.
Thanks, Jamie. Good to hear from Brian Chandler, of course, former Mazda MX-5 champion. Of course, as he said, when he runs cars these days, but he does pop out and does the occasional race, mainly in kind of more enduro circles. I've seen him racing in a Lotus 6 Siege with one of his customers, Matt Pickford, who has been quite in touch with it. He also took part in the first Club Sport Trophy of last year's at Cadwell Park in Matt Pickford's car, and went on to win that race, so it was looking pretty decent for him. So, the Mazda MX-5 Championship all set to get underway for round number 7 of what's been quite an interesting weekend, and here's the grid for round 7. So, it's Brian Trott then on pole position alongside Triple Croft race winner Jack Brewer. Zach Oates with a very impressive 3rd place on the grid. He'll start alongside Oliver Graham in 4th. But it's Steve Foden in 5th position, double race winner from Snetterton from Silverstone, alongside Matt Pollard with an improved 6th position. Fraser Fennick, who also won a race at Silverstone, is alongside Sebastian Fischer in 8th. As we think Oliver Allwood in 9th and Paul Bateman in P10. Let's bring over Jason Greatrex and Callum Greatrex, Adam Craig, Courtney Milnes, Ben O'Hare and Courtney Milnes in 16th position. And then we've got Owen Mills and Luke Pullen, followed by Tim Dawn, Oak Richardson, Kevin Dengate and Thomas Mallet, followed by Kevin Dengate and Cian Donaldson, Nick Ledoyen. And we'll go through the rest of the field, I think, is Aston Wigley, Bo Parry, Christopher Ginn, Brad Jones, Jordan Pimley, Richard Woodson, Richard Bartlett and Graham Rumsey. And that rounds up the 32-car grid. So, it looks as though, I think, we're on the race getting underway. In fact, there's been drama already because the 27-car Luke Pullen has run wide on the outside of the circuit and been taken by Tim Daw there. So as they come up through the first few corners, it looks like, I think actually it's possible Zach Oates has taken me. I think it is. So Zach Oates takes the lead there as they come up through the right-hander into up into the Rocket Complex. As they come up now through the top of the circuit into Peel, it's now 2nd place for Brian Trott, and Zach Oates has checked out already. What a start from the youngster Zach Oates, who has looked very promising in the first couple of rounds at Croft and then Silverstone, but really has taken off in this first lap of the race. So it is Zach Oates who leads the way. Then Brian Trott is in 2nd place. It's Steve Foden up to 3rd. Jack Brewer has shuffled down to 4th position after he started on the front row of the grid. 5th place now, as we see the red flag has been thrown. Now, we don't exactly know the reason why. So they're now going to be heading back around, I think, to the grid. So they'll be heading them back round to the grid. I suspect there must have been a bit of a possible issue with the start in many cases. We won't speculate too much, but yeah, Zach Oates was the one that got what appeared to be the flying start, and everyone now is being brought back around to I think reform back onto the grid. So I think what will happen is that we'll get the cars back on, because it did look as though from what we saw, it looked like a bit of a racing start when we were about to go through the grid, and I think it's whether it's maybe caught some drivers unaware, I'm not 100%, but let's not talk too much about speculation. Let's just look at what we have. And so everyone looks as though they're going to be re-gridded back onto the what should be their race start, which means we should then get, I think we'll get a chance to actually talk through who's where and some of the drivers to watch out for. So Brian Trott then should start from pole position, who admitted he wasn't as happy with the pace that he'd set at Croft, but managed to dial the setup in nicely and got himself 3 podiums as a result of that. So it was quite a nice way for him to find his pace, and it looks as though he's right on top of it now. Now let's go through the grid and give you some more details. So Brian Trott then will start on the pole position alongside Jack Brewer on the front row of the grid, who took 3 victories at Croft and didn't have the greatest of weekends at Silverstone. But we'll talk about that as the race goes on. Then we have the second row of the grid with Zach Oates, who, for the start made quite a cracking start in many cases, and managed to he starts in 3rd, but that's his best qualifying result to date so far. He starts alongside Oliver Graham, who's making some very silent but very good progress up the field, and that's starting in 4th position. Steve Foden finally got his first 2 wins at Silverstone. After a long time coming, he starts alongside a personal best for Matt Pollard, or one of the personal bests for Matt Pollard in terms of qualifying. Fraser Fenwick then starts 7th. He also won at Silverstone. Sebastian Fischer ever improving in 8th place. Then we get to the top 10, which is Oliver Allwood, a bit further down than he would like to be, but he starts off from the 5th row of the grid alongside Masters leader Paul Bateman, who leads that Masters points category. It's then 11th place for Bryn Griffiths and 12th for Jason Greatrex, followed by Callum Greatrex, who's the son of Jason, and Adam Craig in 14th place on the grid. Ben O'Hare, who was last year's Rookie of the Year, alongside an invitation entry from Courtney Milnes. Good to see her back on the grid in 16th. And then we have 17th on the grid is Owen Mills, alongside is Luke Pullum, followed by Tim Dorr and Oak Richardson. Then we have Kevin Dengate and Thomas Mallet on the 11th row of the grid, followed by Cian Donaldson and Nick Ledoyen on row 12. And then the last 4 rows of the grid are Aston Wigley and Bo Parry, Christopher Ginn and Brad Jones, Jordan Pimley and Richard Wotton, and then Richard Bartlett and Graham Rumsey. So, the points lead at the moment, Fraser Fenwick, despite only winning 1 race, has been pretty much the most consistent out there, leads the way by 7 points, 552 to Steve Foden's 545, after he took his first 2 wins and also took a 2nd place at Croft in the wet conditions. Oliver Graham on 539, Oliver Allwood 534, and Jack Brewer on 528. We'll give you the story. I think they're going to possibly give them another formation lap, I think, after regridding them there, so they can actually go out and put some heat into the tyres. So we can talk a bit more about the championship connotations then. So Oliver Graham hasn't won. Oliver Graham and Oliver Allwood haven't won races yet, but of course they're 3rd and 4th in the points as they head off onto their formation lap. So Oliver Graham has had a best result so far this year in the 6 races run of 5th position. He's taken 3 5th positions. And he also, in the 3rd race, Silverstone took a fastest lap with that, but he has managed to keep his head whilst others have hit strife or hit troubles and not had the best results. So he sits in 3rd at the moment. He's been steadily improving as part of the team he runs with Sebastian Fischer. He had a great comeback to the championship at Silverstone. He currently sits now already jumped up to, where's that? That's roughly about 23rd on the grid, so 23rd in points. So he'll be looking to try and improve on that. Oliver Allwood, I think maybe arguably, if he hadn't had the mistake at Croft, probably would be leading the championship. But he again has been putting in some fairly consistent results, and he's up there in 4th position. He's been a championship contender and regular race winner all the way through the past. His best result so far is 2 2nd places, that being 1 at Croft and 1 at Silverstone. Jack Brewer, who comes into the weekend 5th in points, almost had the perfect weekend. He took 3 victories and a fastest lap, his first 3 victories in the Mazda MX-5 Championship, and then sadly came down to earth with a bit of a bump. He got a tag from Brian Trott, which Brian apologised profusely about, because it definitely he was absolutely gutted that happened, and ended up in 6th. Then had first lap contact, I think it was with Aston Wigley and Matt Pollard, if I'm correct, and that as a result then caused him to have to finish low down the order, and then had a really less satisfactory 3rd race, which dropped him down the order, because he's got some work to do to claw back the 27-point deficit he has to Fraser Fenwick in the point standings at the moment. Adam Craig is currently sat in 6th in points. Brian Trott, who again is another one that arguably should be higher up the points, but had a non-finish after an incident on the first lap in the 3rd race at Croft. He's already trying to make inroads from his 7th place at the points by starting on pole. In the battle of the Great Trexes, Callum and Jason, son is ahead of father, because Callum is ahead of Jason with Stuart Simmons sandwiched in between. So there's an 18-point gap between Callum Greatrex and Jason Greatrex, filled in nicely by Stuart Simmons, who is at 9th in the points, and also others to watch out for who are a bit further down than they should be. I think Zach Oates also, because Zach Oates he's shown some great pace, but luck really hasn't been with him too much, so he's going to try and make up as much as he can. He should start, he's 14th in the points with 405. He's about 150 away from that, so got some work to do. In the Masters category for drivers 45 and over, it's Paul Bateman who leads the way with 572, 8 ahead of Kevin Dengate, who's making a welcome return to the championship this year. Tim Dorr from Australia is 3rd in the points ahead of Bryn Griffiths and Christopher Ginn. Brian Trott should now start to make major progress now that he's been committing to what appears to be a full season, so he should be really making some moves up the order. Jason Greatrex is at 7th in the Masters points, from Alan Hawkins in 8th, Graham Rumsey in 9th, and then Jonathan Fieldsend rounding out the top 10. So, on the front row of the grid, and all set to get underway for our first of 3 20-minute races for the Mazda MX-5 Championship. It's always fast in France here. Red lights are on. We're underway in racing. It's a clean start from the front row of the grid from both Brian Trott and Jack Brewer. And Jack might possibly get the whole shot into turn 1 if he can sweep round the outside. Trott holds the inside line, takes it in through turn 1 and up towards the banking for the first time, and he should be able to hold on to a lead on the first few at these first few corners. A couple of cars running wide in the mid-pack, but as they turn into the banking for the first time, it is going to be Brian Trott that holds on to pole position and the lead. It's Brewer in second place. Oliver Graham is third. He's up to P3 past Steve Foden. He's lost a spot for the second row of the grid as the rest of the pack stream their way out to the banking and towards Church Corner for the first time. And now start to funnel their way through. Zach Oates is in 5th position, dropped 2 spots from where he started in 3rd. Sebastian Fisher's made a good start, up to 6th. Fraser Fenwick's 7th. It's 3 abreast on the run towards Church Corner, towards the complex. And Oliver Allwood, I think, was trying to back out of a move. I think he was a little bit further back than he wanted to be. But the pack winds its way through. I think that 3-wide move has possibly ended up, and I think that's Luke Pullen running wide. So out of the Rocket Complex, in through Peel. And now as they come up towards the end of the first lap, and Jack Brewer makes it through. So Jack Brewer's managed to get through into the lead then, past Brian Trott and straight up at the front of the field. So he wants to try and make it his 4th win of the season, but you know, he's got some very formidable drivers around him that are going to try and make it very difficult for him. The move there, that's Jordan Pimley, I think, that's just lost out to Tim Dorr. And so Ben O'Hare in one of the Go For It racing cars, losing out to Tim Dorr. Speculative look there for 3rd place for Steve Foden, puts the 77 car up the inside and makes his way through. There's a bit of a move there, I think, for somebody further back as well. Oh, and there's contact in the background. That's the 178 that's got around. Kevin Dengake's been spun around. He was 2nd in the Masters points. That'll see him tumbling down the order towards the back of the field. There he is, 178. I'm sure he won't be not too pleased at that too much as he gets himself going again. Right at the back of the field in 32nd place. So end of the first lap then, it's Jack Brewer who leads the way from Brian Trott in 2nd place. Steve Foden is 3rd, a challenge on for 4th there on Oliver Graham from Zach Oates. Former karting star in many cases, jumped into the Mazda MX-5 for his first full season of car racing and taken to it pretty quickly as he looks to go round the outside. Never do that regularly in karting, but not so much in Mazda MX-5 racing, but he's certainly trying to use all the experience he's got in karting to really jump up and make the most of it. Dipped a wheel onto the grass, he tried to pitch the car in through Church Corner. Someone's run wide on the exit, might be one of the 2 leaders, and off the road goes Ollie Allwood, bouncing his way on the exit of Church onto the grass, loses 1, 2, possibly 3 spots, but he's seen both Fraser Fenwick and Matt Pollard go through. Past him goes Jason Gray, I think Jason Graytrex, and also Adam Craig in there as well, as diving up the inside for 4th goes Zach Oates. Just force edges Oliver Graham out wide, and that puts him under threat from his teammate Sebastian Fisher as they turn out through Rocket for the 2nd time. Now down the back straight towards Peel. And just kicking up the dust as they turn their way up and through. So, top 3 as it is. Jack Brewer, who's won 3 races so far this year. Brian Trott, who hasn't managed one yet this year. Steve Foden, who's won 2. Zach Oates, who's yet to, I think, even get a podium so far this year. But the pace he's setting, it could well happen this weekend. Oliver Graham in 5th. Sebastian Fisher 6th. Pollard 7th. Fraser Fenwick 8th. Then it's Jason Graytrex to Oliver Allwood. Allwood trying to recover after that mistake on the exit of Church. That's put him down to the base of the top 10. Down the back straight. Towards the bus stop for the end of lap 2. And Steve Foden, now that he's got those first couple of wins off his back, he really will find some confidence here. It's been a long time coming getting those 2 wins, and he was waiting forever. And the damp conditions at Silverstone certainly helped him. It's not so damp here, it's more kind of dry and a little bit humid, but whether or not that will work in his advantage, we'll have to find out as the race unfolds. He's got more things to worry about now. He's got Zach Oates right underneath his rear bumper as they come out of the banking here, and I think Zach Oates might be lining up for a pass here as they come through the right hand of Church. Not here, but if he can get a good run through the exit of Church Corner and onto the back straight and get in the slipstream, would he dare make a pass, make a dive into the complex? He looks to the inside of School, put him on the outside line, and there's contact between the 2 of them, and somehow they both kept facing the right way. That is extraordinary. That must have been, what, 90, 100 miles an hour on the approach to School Corner. There was contact between them. Zach Oates, I think, just trying to squeeze through. I think Steve didn't realise he had his nose just down the bumper, and somehow they had a wild slide for both of them, and they both kept it pointing in the right direction. Extraordinary car control, but they kept it going, which is all that matters. So, in through the left-hander at Seaman. Now down the back straight, still Jack Brewer with the lead. Back to the form he wanted to be in at Silverstone to carry over from Croft. Quite enjoying it at the moment. Now out of the final corner. Well, a couple of corners. Now down the back straight towards the left-hander at the bus stop. 20-minute race. We've just gone past the first 5 minutes in the mix, so down the pit straight towards turn 1 again. Brewer, Trott. Then in close attention both Foden and Oates. Fisher in 5th position, Graham's down to 6th now. The two teammates have swapped places. 7th place for Pollard, 8th for Fenwick. Battle of 8th position, having a look up the inside looks. Jason Greatrex, speculative look. There's a reasonable chance we've managed to possibly get himself further alongside, but couldn't quite make it stick. Behind them is St. Callum's getting stuck in there with both Adam Craig and Owen Mills. He's got Mills to his inside, and he's boxed in with Craig in front of him, so has to try and find a way through if he can. Fraser Fenwick in that new purple paint scheme. The new purple paint scheme for this season, looking around the outside at Jason Greatrex. Looks one way, then the other. And here comes Oliver Allwood looking to try and make a move on his teammate. Ooh, that was close. That's precision, isn't it? Trying to make his way through. Now they turn their way out of the right-hander. Now back into Peel again. Gap at the lead, it was only, I say only, 8/10 of a second. New fastest lap of the race last time by for Jack Brewer. This is the fight we're watching, Jason Greatrex. Got some ground to make up in the Masters Championship. Fraser Fenwick, of course, a bit further back than he'd like to be, and I'm sure so is Ollie Allwood. Two AB cars in a red line sandwich at the moment. He's got Jason in front, Callum behind. Now back out of the hairpin. And now the leaders come back through. A little dust kicked up in the background as there's a few cars running wide. Here comes Jack Brewer then, continuing to lead the way. Is it another new fastest lap of the race for him as he comes across the line? No, because Brian Trott steals it. Well, I think it was, but Brian Trott steals it back by a 10th. So, new fastest lap goes to Brian Trott, 1:48.743. Zach Oates is now currently sat in that 3rd position. Steve Foden, of course. In fact, Zach Oates is up to 3rd now, forgive me. So, whilst we're looking at the battles behind, Zach Oates has managed to find his way through into 3rd place. So now it's AB Motorsport cars 2nd and 3rd behind the Tucker Motorsport running car of Jack Brewer. And has to come out of the right-hander at Church Corner, down the back straight. And it's clear that Brewer wants to try and do everything he can to try and hold on to this position and make it a 4th win from 7 races. That will certainly help his championship chances to claw some points back. And of course there's also a situation where you can, in this championship, like with many, there are drop scores and they'll come into play more towards the end of the season, but you can drop your 3 worst results if I'm correct. So I think there might be a weekend where he has to possibly drop those if he continues this hot form of finishing for the rest of the season in amongst the podium places. They may well be the points that he has to drop at the end of the year. So Zach Oates is pulling away now from running the wide on the exit there of Seamers. That might just give the chance for Steve Foden to get back into contention. The 2 teammates behind for their team, Seth Fisher and Oliver Graham, is up the inside for 3rd, went Steve Foden. So a change for 3rd again. Steve Foden's got the place back. Now it's 3 different teams running cars in the first 3 places. The Tucker Motorsport car of Jack Brewer, the AB Motorsport car of Brian Trott, and the Mike Comber Racing machine of Steve Foden. Steve Foden, of course, will bag 96 points from this one. Zach Oates will get 94 if he stays where he is. Through turn 1 again. So Zach Oates has come from the world of karting. It's nice to see some younger drivers coming through who are the age of 16, 17, 18 years old, starting off in Mazda MX-5, recognising how competitive the championship is and just learning their craft as they go. On the back straight, down the short straight towards the right-hander at Church. There's Owen Mills running a little wide. Further back we've got Courtney Milnes there, who started about 15th, 16th place. She's looking in the mirrors and looking to see where 95 Ben O'Hare is. There he is. And just behind is Luke Pullen. There are the 2 teammates Sebastian Fischl on the road. You can tell by the identical kind of stripy pattern on the cars. Oops, off the road. Well, I spoke about Courtney Munster's return back to the MX5 Championship, which wasn't quite how it planned, I don't think, because she's gone off the roads, coming back as an invitational driver, but good to have her back on the grid. Not so good for her to be running wide on the exit of Church and losing more positions, so hopefully she'll rebound and look to regroup and try and get some places back before the end of the race, number 2 races tomorrow. Oh, I saw in the background there, I just caught my eye there. I think it was Bryn Griffiths having a spin at up at the Rocket Complex, I think. I just caught it right at the top of the spin. Yes, there he is. I recognised the blue and gold car and thought that shouldn't be facing that direction. But he's managed to get it back going again. So Bryn Griffiths then continues on after the small spin. Whether he was helped or not, or whether he did it all by himself, wasn't quite clear, but he's back up and running. Leaders down towards the bus stop again, towards the end of another lap. Now it's the second half of the race. Still the fastest lap of the race held by Brian Trott, 1:48.743. And the lead gap has gone out again by another 4/10 on that lap. So Jack Brewer is now 1.4 seconds to the good from Brian Trott in that second place. And Zach Oates, I'm sure, running a little wide on the exit of turn 1 there, but you can tell he's determined to try and get that first podium. Steve Foden, as we said, now that he's got those first 2 wins, his tail's up now. He wants to try and get more and improve his chances, because he must feel that this year's a proper chance for him to go for the championship. Some more dust in the background I saw there for somebody else running wide as the leaders make their way exiting Church. Zach Oates using all the track and a bit more over the curve on the exit there. Just behind the quickly rest of the top 10, Matt Pollard 7th, Jason Greytrex is 8th, Fraser Fennick 9th, and Ollie Allwood down the at the bottom of the top 10. I think it's probably a race which I think both Fennick and Allwood might not be too impressed with, being that far back, and Matt Pollard goes slightly rally crossing over the curb at the first part of Rocket there. So he threw the car into the corner. And they turn in, and it looks like, touch wood, it looks as though it's pretty much looking good for Jack Brewer at the moment. Certainly a return back to the form he had at Croft, even though he had quite a bit of pressure from the likes of Michael Nibbs, who sadly at the moment is out of action due to I think it's a wrist injury he had or something similar at Silverstone, sadly, so hopefully he gets better soon, and fingers crossed we have him back on the grid as soon as possible. Out to the hairpin, 7.5 minutes to go in this race. Hit the way back down towards, and Jack Brewer is another young driver who's been in the championship for a while, but started to find his form in 2019, wasn't able to kind of really replicate it that much in 2020, and has now bounced back and just, I think, continuing the work done by his now elsewhere teammate, champion teammate Joe Wiggin from last year, and sort of back with Tucker Motorsport and kind of leading the line for that team now after it was Joe's job the last couple of seasons, and certainly taking up the mantle with aplomb. So 4th place. This is going to be the key battle here, though. 3rd and 4th between Steve Foden and Zach Oates, who does like to use all the curb on the exit. Down the back straight again. The 2 teammates there, Fisher and Graham, still running in tandem. There's Ollie Allwood in 10th position. There's Callum Greytrex. Adam Craig followed by Paul Bateman. Owen Mills is back in the top 15 as well. And there is Ben O'Hare ahead of Tim Dawn, Luke Pullen, Oak Richardson in that rather unique looking livery. And then we've got 97, which I think is Jordan Pimley, and Thomas Mallet in car 550 is back there as well, so good to have him back on the grid as well for this weekend. Christopher Ginn's behind him as well, I think, by the looks of it too, so some great battle going on. Now then, Steve Foden has still got third. You can't deny his effort, he certainly is going for it, but I think if he keeps on pushing too hard, it might come a bit unstuck, so got to be careful not to push too hard, otherwise it might just become his downfall. Hopefully not, but he'll do what he can to maintain his advantage. So down the back straight into the left-hander. And like it's a pretty solid race so far. Everything's starting to calm down a little bit. even though Zach Oates is using quite a lot of the track. But he's just fallen away a little bit now from Steve Foden. Not that he'll be content with fourth, with where he's finishing, but he'll want to try and improve it as much as he can. At the moment, Sebastian Fischer's on for 92 points for 5th position. His teammate behind him, who's 3rd in the championship coming into the weekend, will get 90. Matt Pollard behind him will be on 88. And then we've got Jason Greatrex in there too, as I think we're waiting for the cars to come on the approach to Rocket. And there is 2nd and 3rd as they make the run up towards the top of the circuit. So it is Trott 2nd, still Foden 3rd, Zach Oates 4th, the 2 teammates of Fischer and Graham are 5th and 6th now. It looks like it's now Matt Pollard in 7th place. So Matt Pollard at the moment will get 88 points for 7th place. Then 86 for Jason Greatrex. There's a Phoenix on course to get championship leader, on course to get 84. And then Oliver Allwood will get 82. So bit of a reshuffle. If it stays as it is, it will be the championship lead won't actually go to Steve Foden because he should be on 641 points. And now Matt Pollard on attack from Jason Greatrex takes a very tight defensive line on the inside, but he'll know that Jason Greatrex might get the momentum as he swings out back to try and get the undercut on the sprint down towards the bus stop. If he can go around the outside, which is not impossible, but he'll have a go if he can get outbrake him in towards the bus stop. But then Matt's will be quite formidable to try and hold on to that place, which he does, and he's going for it. Round the outside goes Jason Greatrex, and I think he's pretty much managed to get that done and slots in just in front of Jason, of Matt, who now has his teammate in Fraser Fennick behind. Now this is interesting. Steve Foden has got on the back of Brian Trott now. The gap is 2.6 seconds now between leader Jack Brewer and Brian Trott in second. And Brian did say it to he felt like he's found the sweet spot with the car, and I guess it would be a perfect way to start the weekend for him, were it not for Jack Brewer, who was, as I say, 2.6 seconds ahead. Zach Oates again using all that track and a bit more on the exit of the church corner. He's just fallen away a bit now from the top 3, and he's now come under threat from those 2 teammates, Fischer and Graham. They've had some really nice progress over the last couple of years. It's good to see them as regular top 5 and top 10 runners. It's good to see that they've worked hard for that. And now they turn their way into the right-hander at Peel. There's still 2.5 minutes to go. That time is a 1:48 to 1:49. Still the fastest lap of the race for Brian Trott, though. He's still holding on to that, so I'll give him an extra bonus point. Down the Tom Price straight. Is Steve Foden possibly going to start to think about trying to line up a move? We might be going on to our last lap this time, because 2 minutes 4 on the clock, and a lap time, top lap time is 1:48, so it'll be touch and go, but it might be the last lap of the race. In fact, looking into the last corner, let's see, it's going to be close though. Whether they give it to him or not, I'm not sure. Across the line he goes. Here's the last lap board out as we come out of the final corner at the bus stop and across the line. I think there is a board out. I can't see the last lap board, so they might be letting them go around this time and one more, but we'll keep an eye on it to see if there is a checker flag at the end. So, out of the turn 1, what might be the last time, if not the second to last time, and Brian Trott is now starting to form a bit of a queue behind him here because he's got Steve Foden and co behind, but there's the man which I think will be relieved to be back on the form he was at Croft. It's quite a similar circuit to Croft in many ways. It's this sort of section quite flat, then you have the elevation changes towards the second half at the Rocket Complex through Peel. It's great to see him back on form now. He'll be certainly thankful for that. I think these points should put him back into up to 4th in the championship now. He was coming to it 5th. He'll win 628 points if he stays there. 1 point behind Oliver Graham. But this result looks like it will give Steve Foden the championship lead by 5 from Fraser Fennick. So it will shuffle up the top 5 a little bit. And it will still put Oliver Allwood now down to 5th position. So after he's finishing at the moment in currently 10th. Still in 10th position, so he's got some work to do. Paul Bateman's made some moves as on the top Masters drive, but he might lose his lead a little bit. Here comes Jack Brewer then down to the Tom Price straight towards the hairpin for what we might think might be the last time. 20 seconds left on the clock. So whether or not they do give them one more lap around, we'll have to wait and see. It might well be a victory, or it might well be one more time to have to get it done. And it might either be a saving grace or possibly the one thing Brian Trott doesn't want to see, if it is the last lap or not. So he's having to go defensive into the final corner, but into bus stop they go for what might be the last time. It is the last time, and it will be a 4th win from 7 races for Jack Brewer. He's back on form here at Anglesey. He takes the victory in race 1 of the weekend of the Mazda MX-5 Championship. It's 2nd for Brian Trott, and he holds on just by a 1/4 of a second from Steve Foden, who picks up another podium finish. And there is a bit of slow-mo there of going through, I think, the first or last corner, one of the two, of Jack Brewer heading across the line. It's 4th for Zach Oates, quite a harem-scarum race for him, as he was all over the place in terms of using all the track a bit more. But he gets, I think, his best result to date, P4, so well done to Zach for that effort. The teammates, Ollie Graham and Sid Fisher are 5th and 6th, followed by Jason Greatrex 7th, Fraser Fennick 8th, Matt Pollard 9th, and Oliver Allwood rounds out the top 10, but I know that Fennick and Allwood are going to be quite disappointed with that. They'll want to try and rebound for that for their 2nd race tomorrow. 11th for Callum Greatrex, 12th for Paul Bateman, 13th for Adam Craig, 14th for Owen Mills, 15th for Luke Pullen, 16th goes to Oak Richardson, 17th for Tim Dorr, 18th for Cian Donaldson in his first appearance of the season, so welcome back to him, 19th for Tom Mallet, and 20th for Christopher Ginn. And then it's outside of that, it's then Courtney Milnes, who was the only invitation driver in the mill, so she finishes 21st after her little off on the exit of Church. Jordan Pimley's 22nd from Ben O'Hare, who was making his first appearance back inside the top 25. Kevin Dengate, who recovered well after he got tapped around at the hairpin on the first lap, and he then gets back into the top 25 ahead of Richard Woodham. And then it's Nick Ledoy in 26th, by Parry 27th. Bryn Griffiths again also recovered from his spin up at the Rocket Complex into 28th. And it's Richard Bartlett, Graham Rumsey, and then the 2 cars we sadly lost in the pit lane were Aston Wigley and Brad Jones. So 32 cars started, 30 finished, and we have, of course, the top results for them in there too. So well done to Jack Brewer, who picks up, as I say, his 4th win in 7 meetings. So congratulations to him then, and again, strong result for Brian Trott. He'll be happy just with the consistency for 2nd place. He'll want to make up as many points as he can from the ones he lost at Croft in the 3rd race. Steve Foden did a great job, back on the podium again for him. He'll appreciate the points as well. Zach Oates will be delighted with that 4th place, but I think he'll also be a bit frustrated but it wasn't 3rd, because he knows he's got the pace to be on the podium now, so he'll get the taste for it and he'll want to keep on developing with Ali Bray's crew. Ollie Graham and Sid Fisher should be fairly happy with a strong top 5, top 6 results. I know that Sid Fisher was on the podium twice at Silverstone, but he'll want to try and keep on bounding back, and he was more than happy with the 3rd place he got at Silverstone, so we were happy for that one. Jason Greatrex, 7th for him. As I said, Fraser Fennick and Oliver Allwood within between them, Matt Pollard in 9th. They'll have hope for more, but there's still 2 more races tomorrow, so they can still try and rebound, and if it doesn't work out and if it turns out to be 2 of their worst results, they can drop them, of course, going forwards. Nice bit of slow-mo action there from the many people in the pits, who the crews are welcoming them in. And I could almost name who that all was. There was Mike Comber in there was Ian Foden, Steve Foden's dad, there was a couple of others in there as well. So 2 or 3 different teams in there. I've got the production crew laughing at me because I can try and remember all those names. So in the pit lane, and I think we can go down to the pit lane, we have a chat hopefully with, I'm sure, very happy and relieved winner Jack Brewer, and hopefully our top 3. Let's see what he has to say. Apologies for that. We had 1 or 2 little sound issues there. Forgive us for that one. But if we can, hopefully, we hope we should be able to have a chat with Jack if we can. We can see Jamie Peters is down there with Jack, waiting to have a chat to him as well. I think we're getting a bit of a signal. So I think we've got the OK now, so we can go back down to Jamie Peters, who's having a chat with our relieved winner for the 4th time this year, Jack Brewer.
So after a great Mazda MX-5 Championship race, your winner was Jack Brewer, P2 qualifying, but you've come up with a win, making up for Silverstone.
Yeah, just a little bit. I just got to say thank you so much to Tucker Motorsport. We had a really, really difficult Silverstone. I think everyone saw it within the paddock that it was really bad. But we always had the pace. We had the pace at Silverstone. The car's been brilliant here. My dad's done a fantastic job, and Airborne Graphics and Signs have done a brilliant job of repairing it after Silverstone, so I'm over the moon, and massive thank you again to the projects for their support, and I'm over the moon.
You can go and have a beer now and enjoy the night race later.
Well, yeah, I've got 2 more races tomorrow, so I'll probably pass on the beer, but we'll be celebrating hopefully a few more good results tomorrow. Just keep our nose clean and see what happens from there.
Excellent stuff. Well done, Jack. Second place was Brian Trott. We'll just wander down to have a chat with Brian. Where is he? Here he is now. Quick word with Brian. If I can just get you to pop your balaclava on, that'll be fantastic. Started on pole, but nevertheless still a great start to the weekend for you.
Nope. Yeah, I can't complain with that, to be honest. To get pole was very unexpected after yesterday in testing. We just weren't at all anywhere near with the car. So we rolled the dice overnight, and I was very surprised to be on pole. We were losing the tyres during qualifying as well, so I still wasn't confident of getting a podium, but I gave it all I had, and in the end it was a very long 20 minutes, but I kept second.
Excellent stuff. Well done. I'll let you go and give Donna a hug. I think she thinks she deserves one. Third place was Steve Foden. Where's Steve? Let's see if I can try and find him. I think he's wandered off somewhere. Here he is. Right, here's Steve. Great result for you. Starting P5, you're on the podium. Congrats.
Yeah, that was the goal for this race. So we've got 2 more tomorrow. Let's see where we can go from there.
And you say you've got 2 more tomorrow. You're going to be making any changes to the car. I know you're a bit limited on what you can do on these cars, but nevertheless, you're going to be wanting to beat these two, aren't you?
Yeah, well, I mean, we really struggled yesterday morning. We made some changes to the car that we've never made before, and we basically wasted 2 sessions, and then we put the car back to what we know works, and we've kind of stuck at that. So I don't really think we need to make any changes. It was quite difficult this morning in qualifying. The temperature was way up, so we were struggling with understeer the same as everybody else, but then we put it back to again where it was, and it was fine in that race, and it's obviously cooled down, so it was fine.
Well, congratulations. We'll catch up tomorrow. That's your top 3 for the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Championship. I'll hand you back to Scott Woodward, who will take you through the BRSCC Northern Formula Fords and the Avon Tyres National Formula Fords.
Thank you, Jamie. Yes, 3 fairly happy and satisfied Mazda MX-5 drivers there, which is nice to see. And again, they'll be back tomorrow for 2 more races. But there's still more MX-5 action coming up shortly. As oh dear, that's Richard Bartlett's car coming back on the road with Richard on there. But as you can see, whilst he takes a more leisurely trip back to the pits than he was expecting. On the grid now is our first of our combined grids for the Avon Tyres National and Northern and Super Classic Formula Ford Championship. Always great to watch Formula Ford racing, particularly on a circuit like Anglesey, and this should be quite fascinating. It's been quite a thrilling title initial first couple of rounds already. We had 3 meetings for them already at Donington Park, then a trip to Knock Hill, and also we just had them last time at Silverstone. Now they're here in Anglesey, their 4th meeting, just trying to reposition themselves a little bit to get themselves ready for the off. So we'll quickly go through the grid as to how they're going to start, and it's as follows. So first of all, the first few cars are all national runners. It's points leader Max Esterson who starts on pole position for Low Dempsey Racing. Around him are his 2 biggest rivals so far, Chris Middlehurst on the front row of the grid for Team Dolan, and double race and 3-time race winner this year, Alex Walker for Kevin Mills Racing in 3rd. Then it's a personal best for Colin Queen, great effort for him, for 4th. The 2nd best of Low Dempsey Racing cars. Jack Wolfenden, who is running as a... his invitation, because he's mainly running as a... Well, he's actually the top Northern car, I should correct myself, because he's now in 5th position there. He starts alongside Thomas Mills, who's the son of Kevin Mills. Carter Williams in 7th, and Megan Gilchrist, again, impressive stuff for her in 8th on the grid for Kevin Mills Racing. Lucas Romanek, who I'm delighted to see after his unfortunate incident at Silverstone. Great to see him back on the grid and fit to race. Alongside him is Jamie Sharp. Andre Lafond is next ahead of Callum Grant. Then it's Benjamin Cochrane. And then the first of our older Northern Formula Ford cars, which is Nick Barnes in 14th place. 15th and 16th are then John Murphy and Gareth Buckingham on the 8th row of the grid. Row 9 then sees us go through to Paul Mason. Alongside him is Jonathan Barnes. Neil MacArthur in the only in the second P class car in the Northern ranks is in 19th on the grid, alongside the man, one and only, that is his name, Juicy Brucey. Then it's Paul Tucker. 21st on the grid, because we've just seen his team out in the Formula Fords. He's racing himself now in the 21st position. Alongside him is Paul Barnes. And then it's Stuart Dix in the very lovely, unique Cooper Chinook. And then it's the Richard Kessman who starts at the back of the grid in 24th position. So, as we're waiting to get things going, of course, they'll have a formation lap, so we can go through some of the stories of the season so far for these guys. So, of course, they started off in the wet at Donington Park, and that was a victory there for Rory. I'm going to get this right now. Let's have a look and see where they were for the first one. So it was Rory Smith who took the first win of the season, who was last year's Formula Ford Festival champion. Then in the dry, in the 2 races we had on the Sunday at Donington Park, it was then victories for Alex Walker, so they managed to pick up 2 wins. Then they went to Knock Hill, where they had 2 races there, and it was wins for Alex Walker. And then in the race for the David Leslie Trophy, a victory first win of the year for Chris Middlehurst, so he took away that coveted accolade. Then we have had last time out at Silverstone, there was a bit of a clash between the championship contenders because Max Esserson took 2 wins that weekend, but in between it there was a collision between them which kind of compromised their result. But what followed after that was a fantastic 3-way battle between Chris Middlehurst, Joey Foster, who's not here this weekend, and Thomas Mills, with Chris Middlehurst coming out on top. One of the best Formula Ford races between the 3 of them that we've seen for a while, and that means that out of all of that, it then finally points to the championship in the national points with Max Esserson on 205, Alex Walker on 193, Chris Middlehurst on 160, Rory Smith, again he's not here this weekend, on 149, and Jamie Sharp rounding out the top 5 on 146. Then we get to the Northern Super Classic Formula Fords, where there are 5 classes in between. There's no overall champion, but it's within classes. Now, points in P class, which is for the newest cars aged 1999 to the present day. Nigel Dolan is not here. Jack Wolfenden is, and also any other car. He's the only P class car, Jack Wolfenden, that has scored points, where he picked up 2 second places at the opening rounds at Mallory Park. In terms of Super Classic A, Paul Mason is here, so he looks to try and extend his lead in the Super Classic A ranks, and he will try and extend it from the likes of Chris Hodgen and Jonathan Barnes is also on the grid as well, which should be nice to see him. I think they're the only 2 Super Classic A cars that we have, although we might have a couple more different ones if I look at the qualifying results. I can look and see who we've got for classes. So we've got 5 Class A cars. We've got first appearances of the year for John Murphy. John Murphy was out last time at Alton Park, so he's out with us again here at. But he took a win and a pole position, and that's 2 wins in fact. So he's the current on-form man in the Super Classic A category. Paul Mason's the championship leader. Jonathan Barnes is also coming into the weekend 7th in points in Super Classic A. And also in the mix we've got 2 is Paul Tucker, who makes his first appearance was out at the second meeting at Mallory Park. And also then Paul Barnes, who has not raced out yet. Super Classic B for cars aged 1982 to 1989. Nick Barnes leads that championship, but he is on the grid, and he is the top qualifying older Formula Ford, ones that are outside of the P class. And he's also got competition from Gareth Buckingham, who makes his Formula Ford debut, and also we've got Juicy Brucey, who again I stress that is his name, quite a character in the paddock and one we love having, and he's on his older Reynard 8 FF84, and Richard Kessman also on the grid as well in there too. And there are no Super Classic C cars, and the only Super Classic D car that we have is, as we say, Stuart Dix and that very unique Cooper Chinook, which is a fantastically wonderful older chassis. Great to have it on the grid. It's not often you see unique chassis like that from that older time. You've got usually in those older chassis it's more like Hawks and Merlins and Lexus chassis, but it's great, and it's wonderful to see so many different varieties of chassis on the grid here. We've got quite a few Swifts, we've got a few Reynards, quite a few Van Diemen's of course, a few Spectrums towards the front for the Kevin Mills cars as well, of course the Medina chassis in there as well, all sorts of different cars, and they're all in the right hands can be as competitive as each other. Well, Formula Ford race, and typically wherever it goes, is an absolute thriller, and I expect this is going to be more of the same. So, the revs are up, all set for the first Formula Ford race of the weekend for the National and Northern Championships. Red lights are on. We're racing at Anglesey. Good start for the front row of Max Esserson. Not a great start for Colin Queen, his teammates. They head towards turn 1 for the first time. But Esserson gets the whole shot. It's Middlehurst in 2nd place. It's 3rd place for Alex Walker as they turn their way out through towards the banking and up towards the first couple of laps for the first time. Should mention it's the first time you're seeing the Northern Super Classic Formula Ford, so if you haven't seen them before, welcome to the championship, and you'll see some of them as they go through the race towards the second half of the field. And that's a car round, that's a low Dempsey car. Now then, which one is it? Is it Max Esserson, or is it, possibly, I think it might be 62, which is Colin Queen, so his bad start goes from even worse, as the 3 champion killers are almost 3 abreast on the run down towards Rocket. I told you it was action-packed in Formula Ford, and they've kicked off already. So Chris Middlehurst there's gone to the lead. It's now second place for Max Esserson from pole, third for Alex Walker, and Jack Wolfenden, who arguably at the moment is the top Northern Formula Ford driver, is now in the lead group in fourth position. So a few corners in, and already it is fireworks between these guys. Fantastic. So in towards Seaman for the first time, out of Peel Corner. There's Jack Wolfenden, who is, I think at the moment, runaway Northern Super Classic Formula Ford leader in the P class. Carter Williams is up to 5th in the Oldfield Motorsport Van Diemen. Alex Walker has a look and makes a dive up the inside of Max Esserson. These two came to blows last time at Steth Silverstone, so they've got to be careful not to make any more contact with each other, because I think there's a bit of a rivalry brewing already. But Chris Middlehurst already looking in his mirrors. He puts the car right in the middle of the road, and to the outside line looks Max Esserson, trying to get the undercut on the exit of the bus stop as they turn out of the right left-hander across the line to end lap number 1 then. So Middlehurst leads the way. Esserson from pole down to 2nd. It's Alex Walker 3rd. Wolfenden 4th. Carter Williams 5th. It's then 6th place for Jamie Sharp. And impressively, I have to say, 9th to 7th already. Lucas Romanek is up to 7th place. So he's driving like his accident still has never happened. It's incredible stuff. He's there in 7th place there, the second of the Kevin Mills cars. He's ahead of Andre Lafont. Megan Gilchrist is 9th, the former W Series racer. And Callum Grant is also up there in the pro class in 10th. He's usually quite a historic Formula Ford racer, but having a run at the more contemporary machinery and making it work. Walker trying to go to the inside. I think it was contact. I think there was a bit of looks like some collision there. I think possibly some carbon fibre or composite there that came off the front end of Alex Walker's car. So either that was just a leftover from another car from one of the other championships. But it's getting pretty feisty between both Max Esserson and Alex Walker. Chris Middlehurst, meanwhile, doesn't really give a damn. He's just going for it. Now, there was also, I think, a move going on there between. It looked like Jamie Sharp going up the inside of Carter Williams, and I don't know. I don't want to speculate and say there was contact, but it looked like it was quite a feisty battle between them. So we'll wait and see. There is a big gap now for the top 4, so I wonder, was there contact? Top 4 then, down to the hairpin. Jamie Sharp is there, but Carter Williams isn't. There is Carter Williams. He's got back several spots, so I think there was a move into Peel Corner from Jamie Sharp. Hasn't worked out, and because of that, it's now pushed Carter Williams down towards the bottom of the top 10. Into the bus stop for the second time. Chris Middlehurst for Team Dolan under the stewardship of legendary Formula Ford racer Bernard Dolan, holding on to the lead here. A little wide for Max Esserson as he tries to get his 3rd win of the season if he can. All of the top 3 have got race wins. Jack Wolfenden here is a bit of a ringer here if he's going to try and hold on. But he's doing quite a good job here, and he's actually keeping really good pace here with the top 3. I'm very, very impressed. And I say that as if I'm majorly surprised, but then again, Jack Wolfenden is more of a northern specialist, more of a northern Formula 4 specialist, so he will race more regularly around the northern-based rounds, northwestern-based rounds, such as Alton Park and Anglesey, making use of the more local knowledge here. Jamie Sharp's on his own in 5th. Up into 6th has gone Lucas Romanek. In 7th place now is Andre Lafont. Under attack from Megan Gilchrist. She's having a look up the inside, potentially into Rocket. Andre Lafont gives her the room, but looks round the outside, and so the Spectrum can't get past the Ray just yet. And also now trying to recover there is Callum Grant. Now, Megan Gilchrist has got an exclamation mark next to her then, which must just a penalty. What the penalty is, I'm not sure. Right, it is a... Well, it says it's a 1,000th of a second penalty, which is quite odd, and Alex Walker has the same thing. So there might be a glitch on the timing screen, but we'll watch out for that. If it is a penalty, we've not been told about it on the race control messages on the timing screen. But we'll have a look and see what comes of it. Meanwhile, Megan Gilchrist thinks, right, outside didn't work, inside didn't work. I'll look round the outside at the hairpin if possible. And can't quite make it stick. As they now make their way down. Now, Carter Williams has got past Callum Grant, so that's now back into 9th position. Just quickly looking back at some of the other cars further back in the Super Classic ranks, it's then a lead for John Murphy in Super Classic A. Nick Barnes leads Super Classic B from Gareth Buckingham, and then it's Juicy Brucey in 3rd. And then it's the only Class D car, of course, Stuart Dix, who runs at the moment in 20th place in the Cooper Chinook. So that's looking good. Colin Queen's back in 21st and has already got past, he's now got past Stuart Dix and now Juicy Brucey. So looking back in the mix, here is our Super Classic cars. Car 31 with his older machinery. We've got the battle here between the 2 class leaders here. It's now John Murphy and Nick Barnes, but meanwhile here comes Alex Walker, who puts almost 2 wheels onto the grass, but he's up the inside line now for the entrance to Rocket, and surely this has to be the move that's done and dusted. He edges him out wide on the exit. That was quite cheeky from Alex Walker. I think there's a bit of There's a bit of tension between those two. I think I was trying to find the word, but there's a bit of just trying to turn the screw a bit more and try and just turn it up a little bit more. But Alex Walker now has managed to get around Max Esterson. Now his challenge is, can he now start to catch up to and repass the leader here? In fact, that might have been, forgive me, that might have actually been, I think, Megan Gilchrist getting past. Yeah, he was actually. Sorry, forgive me. It's having a Kevin Mills racing car and a Dempsey racing car in tandem is a bit confusing, because for a second I have to admit I thought it was Alex Walker getting past Max Esterson. I do apologise for my incompetence there on the microphone, but I'll get back to being a bit more competent this time by looking at our top three. So here is our top three. There is Max Esterson. He is still ahead of Alex Walker. So that move that you saw there was, in fact, Megan Gilchrist making the move on Andre Lafont. So I apologise for my error there. Anyway, through the banking, it's now Middlehurst from Esterson, from Alex Walker, and then looks like falling back a little bit is Jack Wolfenden, but anyway, he won't care about the fact he's falling back. He's way ahead of Neil MacArthur in the P-Class points. Neil MacArthur making his first appearance in P-Class, and he'll be trying to take as many points as he can for this weekend. In fact, he'll try to take maximum points away from the current leader of the P-Class in the Northern Super Classic Championship going into this weekend, which is Nigel Dolan. The gap was 44 points between them. 168 for Dolan compared to 124 for Wolfenden. So I think the results he'll get here will certainly mean he can climb into the championship lead and have quite a gap, and it means that Dolan will have to try and claw back as many points as he can throughout the rest of the season. So they've still got, for the Northerns, they've still got 2 more meetings at Mallory Park coming up, and then the finale at Alton Park in October. As for the Nationals, they've got quite a few more venues to go to, including Brands Hatch, and I think also so we've got a visit to Alton Park as well, which is supporting the British GT Championship, which should be quite exciting. So that'll be quite a nice meeting for them to be part of. Down towards the bus stop again. Here comes Esterson looking to the outside line. He's managed to really catch Middlehurst unawares here a little bit. Season finale finishes at Snetterton in October. Long straights at the 300 circuit will be quite an ideal place for the Formula Fords. Back into the banking again, and Esterson now has managed to pull away a small gap from Walker. Not quite on the same form he was before. Quite back at Donington Park, Alex Walker had the form, and he was able to really pull away and take 2 fairly commanding victories in the end. But then the pack starts to catch up as not kill, particularly when he and Middlehurst took a win apiece. And since then, Walker's been trying to just recoup himself and keep in the contention, but both Esterson and Middlehurst have found their groove now, and they're starting to pull away a bit more and make it a bit more of a three-way contest here between these drivers, for this championship. They head out of the Rocket Complex back towards Peel. Esterson just closing back up under brakes through the right-hander as they go through, but he might try and set him up for a good run through this swinging downhill left-hander of Siemens, and then onto this back straight, the Tom Price straight, named after the late Welsh Formula 1 driver. He had so much promise in the 70s and sadly lost his life in an accident in South Africa at Kyalami during the Grand Prix all those years ago, and he's been Ireland's, I think, world's only Formula 1 driver, so good to see him honoured here at this circuit. Esterson is not allowing Middlehurst a chance to relax or take the regular lines, because you can see that he's not comfortable going all the way to race 9. He has to put the car in the middle of the road to hold on. Now, Lucas Romanek has been caught by Megan Gilchrist. So the 2 Kevin Mills Spectrums here, the Spectrums who I think originated in Australia, these cars, are nose to tail now, and this is for currently at the moment position-wise 6th and 7th. So 6th and 7th place for them. It's one of Megan Gilchrist's better results so far this year. She's been a little bit off the pace, more off the pace than she would like, and she's managed to find a bit more form here at Anglesey, which is nice to see. So down the back straight again, we've still got 5 minutes to go. It's a 15-minute race, about 2/3 of the way through. You just sense there might be just a battle kicking off in a second here between these two, and Alex Walker and co will be in there to be a part of it, and they start to get 2 amongst themselves. 0.2 of a second between them as they come up through the Rocket Complex and back in again. Brilliant stuff, nose to tail Formula Ford racing here. The tension here, you can feel it in this battle between the 2 of them. Just sense that any moment Ester's going to think, right, pick my moment, and he'll find it in a braking zone or the exit of a corner where he gets a chance to get a really good slingshot up to the next braking zone, and then he'll start to pounce. Then he'll go for it. It's not quite here at the hairpin. Walker's not far away. He'll start to get into the mix if he gets a chance to close back in. And neither is Jack Walford. And Jack Walford, of course, we know, is contesting mainly the Northern Championship this weekend. He will do the third race as an Invitational Pro Class driver tomorrow, as the Northern Super Classic drivers will only contest the first 2 races, as they're only scheduled for 2 races this weekend before the grid was combined. Won't bother these drivers too much as they come towards the banking. Ooh, maybe a little wide there on the exit of turn 1. Esterson. 3.5 minutes to go then. If Esterson's going to try and make a move, he has to do it soon. He can't leave it too late. There's Jamie Sharp, the ex-F4 racer, like Alex Walker. Now finding his feet in Formula 4 the last couple of years, and he's having one of his strongest seasons so far. They're in 5th position. There are the 2 Kevin Mills Spectrum twins of Lucas Romanek and Megan Gilchrist running line astern. Now turn their way up through the back straight towards the Rocket Complex, which is where our leaders are currently at the moment. Esterson is just putting Middlehurst under enough pressure, but it's enough that Middlehurst can hold it. And that's very experienced in Formula 4. Whereas Esterson is in his first full season of racing in the UK. There's a lock up from the Americans. They come up through the left-hander. Walker trying to close back in a little bit more. And again, Middlehurst isn't comfortable. He knows that Esterson's right there. He's trying to weave this way and that to break the toe down the straight, trying to break the slipstream. But Esterson stays firm, and he's not fussed by the fact that Middlehurst is trying to put him off and distract him here. And both have got to be very careful that the cars behind don't take full advantage in the mix, in the meantime, because one small slip and it can really change the whole complexion. 2 minutes 15 to go, so 2 more laps of this race then, of the Anglesey International Circuit. Through turn 1, still Esterson applying the pressure as they come up towards banking once more. Nice to see the spectators back again at Anglesey, watching the first proper car race meeting back again, at least in 2021. We had a circuit rally here a couple of weeks ago, but we had proper circuit racing again back at Anglesey. It's great to have us back in Wales. We have missed coming to the circuit. It's wonderful to have them here for this first meeting. And I know there was some ums and ahs about whether the meeting was going to take place, but thankfully everything was put together to make sure it was run as safe as possible, all with the right procedures, and it's all looking good now. Now then, here come the 2 Kevin Mills Spectrum teammates, and now we see Lucas Romanek under attack from Megan Gilchrist, using all of her experience from her season in W Series, where she won the invitational race, the non-championship reverse grid race at Assen, to her delight. The young Canadian certainly trying to prove her worth here in the Formula 4s. She's certainly learning a lot in Formula 4s. It's a fantastic proving ground for young drivers, or any drivers that want to learn proper racecraft, to learn car setup purely on mechanical grip. It's a fantastic formula, still is after all these years. And the National Championship, it's nice to see some great young drivers coming through and still using it as their place to learn, to develop, and to really become proper racing drivers, and give them a great grounding and foundation on the way up the ranks towards Formula 3 and beyond. Now then, up towards the left-hander at the bus stop. They're going to come onto the last lap of the race with 45 seconds to go. If Esterson wants this win, he has to move now. He's got no choice. He has to go now on this last lap. Doesn't do it at turn 1, but he sticks to the gearbox of the Team Dolan Van Diemen. Into the banking. No chance there. If he wants to try and get, I think his best first chance is possibly going to be on the run towards the complex at Rocket. If he wants to try and get, he has to try and get himself alongside if he can. Get a good run through Church, stick on his gearbox, and now go for the move here. But it's, unfortunately for him, it's the equally good run exiting the Church here, and now he's going to have a go. Look to the outside line. Middlehurst has to go defensive on the inside, but round the outside looks Esterson, goes for it on the outside line, but actually runs out a little too deep, and Middlehurst shuts the door again. So no chance to get through at on this occasion once more. His next chance, the other chance he really has, is into the hairpin, but he has to be a really good run off of Siemens, which is quite a tricky corner to get right when it's a downhill left-hander. If you can carry the momentum all the way through, he might well have a chance. He thinks about it, goes a little deeper into the corner, Middlehurst does, but doesn't get the momentum on the exit. He'll get the run up the hill and then down again towards it. Will he dart one way or the other? Will he make a dive? Will he just sit and take the points? He might well sit and take the points here and realises that he's done everything he can, but Middlehurst has driven just a fantastic defensive race here as they turn out to the hairpin for the final time. and up towards the bus stop, the last corner. Is it going to be now or never? Look to the outside line. They are side by side in the run towards the last corner. It's going to be this or nothing. But Edson can't do it. He might get the sprint to the flag, but it's going to be a run to the checkered flag now, and it will be a second win of the season for Chris Middlehurst, who takes the race 1 victory in the Avon Tyres National Formula Fords. Third for Alex Walker, fourth for Jack Wolfton, who also is the winner of the Northern Super Classic contingent. Then it's Jamie Sharp in fifth position overall, but he'll get 4 points for fourth in the National Championship. The 2 Kevin Mills cars come across in sixth and seventh overall. Then it's Callum Grant in 8th, Megan Gilkis is 9th. And Megan Gilkis dropped back actually, she dropped back to 9th position overall, so that's odd, so she dropped back behind both Andre Lafond and Megan Gilkis. Meanwhile, in some of our older cars, it is going to be John Murphy who picks up the win in Super Classic A, so congratulations to him, that's his 3rd win on the bounce. Gareth Buckingham actually wins, I think, on his first appearance ever in Formula Ford. He gets a Super Classic B victory, so well done to him. Well, I'm not sure what happened to Nick Barnes, but he's dropped down the order. I'm not sure, those two were quite close together, John Murphy and Nick Barnes, but whether that was having to do with it, I'm not sure. But well done to Gareth Buckingham for his first win in his first ever Formula Ford race. Fantastic, and in class, so well done to him for a fantastic effort. Then it's also class wins for... The other class it would be is Class D, and that's going to be for Stuart Dixon, the Cooper Chinook. For the actual class podiums, John Murphy's in Super Classic A, who wins that from Paul Mason and then Paul Barnes, I think that is, 24, no, Jonathan Barnes, excuse me. And Super Classic B was Gareth Buckingham winning from Nick Barnes in 2nd, and then Juicy Brucey, the man himself, gets 3rd place in his Reynard FF84. He'll be pleased with that. Bit of silverware to take home, and of course, as we said, Stuart Dix was the only Super Classic D car, so he takes a class win in his Cooper Chinook. So well done to him. And of course, we now move on after that for our next race. I think it's our last race before we go into our dinner break. And of course we do it all again for the Fun Cup with their second 3-hour race, which should be very exciting. It starts off about 5 to 8, and we go for 3 hours from the twilight into the darkness. So if you want some evening motorsport entertainment, don't go anywhere, because that's going to be, if it's anything like the first race, you are in for a cracker. It should be amazing, especially with the added night element as well. So amazing first Formula Ford race of the weekend, and I think we can shortly in a moment go down to Jamie Peter Dennis in Parc Ferme. We could have a chat to our top 3 Formula Nationals and maybe some other Northern drivers. So well done to them, and let's see what they have to say.
So after a great Avon Tyres National Formula Ford 1600 Championship, Chris Middlehurst was probably the longest 15 minutes of his life. Great result, mate. You've got to be absolutely made up for that.
Yeah, brilliant race. Obviously made it with a win. Team Dom gave me a great car, and yeah, it was really close, and yeah, I'm just buzzing for tomorrow now as well. So starting on pole, of course.
You're not usually lost for words.
I know. Just got out of the car literally like 2 seconds ago, but no, make a race. Thank you.
Excellent stuff. Well done. Second place was Maxwell Easterson. You kept him honest, didn't you? And no, actually, we'll come round because don't want to lean over your car. But yeah, nevertheless, still a great result, and it's a great start to the weekend for you.
Yeah, a little unhappy because I started on pole, but still have to take second. Good result, especially it could have been easily 4th. So yeah, good job by Chris defending there, really fair, and just did a great job. Couldn't get by. I think I was quicker in a lot of parts of the track, but he just made his car wide in a good way and just kept me back.
Well, congratulations. And 3rd place was Alex Walker. Let's see where Alex is. He seems to have wandered off, so let's see if I can find Alex. There he is. P3.
Yeah.
Well done, mate. Happy?
I think so. I mean, I've got a 10-second penalty for rolling at the start, so that's a bit gutting, but yeah, it is what it is, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, we know how competitive the Formula Fords are. You've got another 2 races tomorrow, so yeah, it'll be elbows out.
Yeah, exactly. We'll be going for it for the last 2 races. Yeah, I think the second race is where you finish this race, so I'll be starting a bit further back.
Okay.
But we'll see what we can do. We'll focus towards then.
All right, no problem. Well, congratulations. And that was the top 3, obviously subject to any post-race confirmations for the Avon Tyres National Formula Ford 1600s. Next up is the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. So I'll hand you back to Scott Woodwis, who will take you through the grid. As you can see, we've got a packed grid of over 33 Mazda MX-5 SuperCups. A fantastic entry we've got for the Mark III cars. We're in for a great race with the likes of Jack Harding, Patrick Fletcher and Samuel Smith, your top three. So I'll hand you over to Scott Woodward, who will now take you through the grid for our 20-minute thriller.
Yeah, I think if you wanted any word to describe it, I think Jamie hit the nail on the head. I think it certainly is going to be an absolute thriller, because given how it's been so far in the championship, it's certainly going to be hopefully a continuation of what's been a mega first 2 weekends for the SuperCup this year. Really competitive. There's George Grant, of course, the man behind Clapper North MOT, and of course he's also the owner of Downforce Radio as well, because you can see it's sitting resplendent on his bonnet as well, so he's certainly quite proud of that. But as you can see, it's almost a never-ending list of a paddock of Mazda MX-5s to head out onto the grid. 33 in total, and there's lots of stories here and lots of prominent different things coming into the weekend, so we can hopefully give you the grid of how they look for this first race. So it's set by the fastest times in qualifying. The grid for tomorrow's race for the next two were the second fastest. So here's the grid. It's pole position for Jack Harding, and alongside him on the front row of the grid is multiple race winner, three-time winner Patrick Fletcher this year. Jack Harding having a win at Silverstone. Sam Smith, who had some dramas in qualifying, which we'll talk about in a minute, then starts alongside John Langridge. Another story for him as well. Then it's James Cousins in fifth. A personal best for Braden Fletcher starting in P6 on the grid, so good effort from him. But it's club class pole sitter Richard Amos, and a welcome return on the grid to Paul Sheard as well, trying to step behind the wheel rather than run his own cars. He starts in 8th. Declan Lee starts 9th, with Luke Whitworth rounding up the top 10. It's then Nicholas Dunn and James Warrior in row 6 of the grid from Tom Selden and Martin Canning. Then Clive Powers and Lee Britton round out the top 8 cars in 16th position on the grid. We then go to Christopher Richardson and Will Blackwell Chambers. He's a bit further down than he would like to be. I think he must have had possibly a qualifying penalty. He was at one point 5th in qualifying in that stage. There's Kevin Sylvain and Nick Rutter from Tom Smith and Martin Tolley. Xavier Brooke and Matt Pickford round out the top 24 drivers. And still they come. It's Clive Chisnell and George Grant from Chris Robinson and Simon Fleet. Alex Miller and Will Morris come next from Scott Wright and Seamus Haney. And then at the back of the grid, all by themselves, are Martin Heath, Liz Bolton and Stephen News. That's 35 cars, we think, on the grid. So, what stories do we have coming into the weekend? Well, one of the big ones is there's a change of team for John Langridge, because sadly, due to what we believe is an unfortunate demise of Blink Motorsport, for reasons we know not, John Langridge has now found solace in a new team, and that is Hills Motorsport. So he's now joined the Aidan Hills' outfit, and it seems as though it's had quite an immediate impact, because he's already put himself 4th on the grid. The former Mark 1 MX-5 champion, certainly looking to get himself back to hopefully winning ways, and looking to try and do so with Aidan Hills, who I think now has about a 5 or 6 car squad now, including the likes of Declan Lee, Adam Bezel, who's sadly not here this weekend, and others in the mix, including James Cousins, James Warrior, and also he should also have Michael Nibbs, but as we explained earlier on in the MX-5 Championship race, sadly some kind of an injury to Michael Nibbs is preventing him from racing, so hopefully he gets better, and hopefully we'll see him back on the track very shortly. Sam Smith starts 4th, but starts 3rd, sorry, but had a bit of an issue in qualifying where I think he had what I believe to be a seatbelt issue. So he had to go out and do 3 laps to make sure he was at least qualified. Those times were then voided, just for, I think, because obviously he had to make sure sort out the safety belt, but he had to go out to make sure he could at least be qualified, and then went out with about 6 or 7 minutes of the session left to go, which meant that he had to really put in a good couple of laps to try and get a good representative time. He managed to pick up 3rd on the grid, which means it really did work for him, which is good. Now I should also mention here we've had a couple of grid penalties here. So I wonder why Will Blackwell Chambers was down in 15th on the grid. The reason 16th on the grid. The reason being is that he has a 10-place grid penalty from the previous event at Silverstone. Also, there was a grid penalty for car number 25, which is, if I can find him on the timing screen, car 25. Which is Stephen New. So he was going to start 25th on the grid, or at least somewhere around that, but unfortunately he's now had to start back in 35th at the back of the grid now on the 18th row. So Jack Harding then, who has 1 win to his name so far this year, but is always formidable in Mazda MX-5s, has tried to try and win this championship for 5 of the last 6 years, and always come up 2nd or 3rd best, which I guess for him does not befit his talent, because he has been incredibly quick. On his day, is unbeatable, so good to see him back in the championship 4 times this year. Patrick Fletcher, who took his first 2 MX-5 SuperCup wins at Croft, runs as part of the independent team, and has really been taking the fight to the bigger teams this year, and showing that he really can showcase all his talent and also his engineering setup prowess to full effect. and he's also been quite prominent in clear 182s prior to this, so he's transitioned in the last couple of years from front-wheel drives to rear-wheel drives. Has been quite impressive, so good to see him at the front towards that. James Cousins also has a race win this year. Braden Fletcher, who is the brother of Kelvin Fletcher, who he, along with fellow Paddock Motorsport team owner Martin Plowman, are racing their own Bentley in British GT this year. So this year, including this weekend at Donington. So they won't be here. They're of course at Anglesey, at Donington Park, racing their Bentley. So they've got their team out here to run their cars. Paul Shear's back on the grid, of course. He's someone who's been around the SuperCup since it first began properly in 2013. He was one of the first few drivers on the grid, and it's been quite prominent in the mix. And usually you'll find him in the paddock running his own cars, but he decided to get back on the grid. You see him there, just the 118 car, the white and orange car with the roll cage motif on the side of his car there, which he's put on there, which is quite a fun thing to put on there. 8th on the grid for him, so we're looking to get a strong result. Looking back further down the order, Will Blackwell Chambers, of course, has got some work to do from 16th, but up before that, being P6, he's found some pace in the last few since Silverstone, so good to see him a bit further up in the field as well. But Sam Smith comes to the weekend leading the championship with 587 points compared to Jack Harding on 582, Pat Fletcher on 574, James Cousins on 561, then John Langridge on 518, and we'll get to the club class and masters runners as the race goes on. So stand by for guaranteed action. The first of 20 minutes for the Mazda MX-5 SuperCup here at Anglesey is all set to get underway. Red lights are out and we are underway for Mazda MX-5 SuperCup here in Wales. It's a decent start from the front row of the grid, side by side for the lead into turn 1 between Fletcher and Harding, as they all pull their way through these fantastic standing cars. It sounds like a nest of angry wasps as they turn their way up through the left hand and up towards the banking. As they turn up through the right-hander, these little slightly bulkier Mark 3s compared to the little slimmer, nimbler Mark 1s. You can throw them around a bit more, and they're doing quite a fantastic spectacle, and they do set quite a standard for racing. Now then, change for second already, because Sam Smith has elbowed his way past Jack Harding, who is not taking that for an answer. They're going to go side by side the run towards Rocky Corner. Now, James Cousins is watching on as well. They all pull their way through. We've got the pro class for the fast drivers in the mix, also the club class there. And down the outside of everyone looks to be Braden Fletcher. Where's that come from? Braden Fletcher, 3 abreast on the exit, the second part of Rocket Corner. You've got John Langridge to his outside. His new teammate James Cousins in the middle. Down the inside of all of them went outside first of all went Braden Fletcher. Then to the inside for the second part of Rocket. And he's somehow come out in 4th. That was superb from Braden Fletcher. Great stuff. What so far is one of his strongest weekends to date already. So amazing stuff, a lock-up from Patrick Fletcher into Siemens, but it's already Fletcher leading. Sam Smith up to second after he started back in 3rd, trying to make up for his awkward qualifying session early on, which he had to wait to get a proper lap time until about 6 or 7 minutes to go in the session. So not quite where he wants to be. And now looking up the inside into the hairpin on the end of the first lap and takes the lead immediately. And now Patrick Fletcher opens the door, and I think he might well lose second place as well, because Jack Harding gets a really good exit and pounces on the fact that Sam Smith caught him completely unawares, and will look to the outside line heading down towards it. I told you it'd be guaranteed action, already a minute, and there's been so much going on, you could full action for about half a race or so. Anyway, into the left-hander at the bus stop at the end of the first lap. It's Smith who leads there. Patrick Fletcher in second place. Jack Harding sniffing around for 3rd. 4th place now for James Cousins. So we've got pretty much all 4 of our race winners in the top 4 positions so far this season. Smith, Patrick Fletcher, Harding and Cousins. It's then Braden Fletcher in 5th position. John Langridge looking pretty handy in 6th place. Actually back up the inside of Braden Fletcher. Puts him onto the edge of the circuit. Doesn't really want to give up, but he has to, and slots in behind the number 5, the 2019 Mark 1 Mazda MX-5 champion. Made the step up to SuperCup in 2020. Now they turn their way back up into the back straight then. There's Luke Whitworth in the split black and white car. Declan Leeds having a scrap with 4-1 rider Martin Canning. And there's Will Blackwell Chambers starting 16th. And already on the first lap he's up to 11th. Looking up the inside. Is he out of control? Oh, goodness me! That was Richard Amos off the road. I thought there was a car out of control, and I hope that both involved are all right. The other car involved appears to be, I think that's Paul Sheard. No, sorry, it's Nicholas Dunn, forgive me, Nicholas Dunn. And that's the best sight of them all. Nicholas Dunn gets out of the car, and yeah, he's not impressed by that. Now, whether or not that was... Let's not speculate whose fault it was, if it was anyone's fault, but Richard Amos's car was fairly out of control at that point in time. Whether he lost it under braking or simply went for a move that wasn't there, either way, the end result is Richard Amos skating across that. Safety car, to no surprise, has been deployed, and so that now bunches the field back up again. And unfortunately the casualty in that was Nicholas Dunn. Thankfully, in terms of him out of the race, he's managed to get out of the car, but hopefully both are okay. Richard Amos just about glided into the barrier, but it was the contact with Nick Dunn that might well have done the most damage to his car, at least. Well, that was, I want to say adrenaline filled for the first lap and a half, but of course no one wants to see an accident with a car going that fast. So primarily, we'll make sure that obviously he's okay. So it now neutralises the field once again. Sam Smith then leads the way from Patrick Fletcher in second place, Jack Harding third, James Cousins fourth, John Langridge fifth, sixth place for Braden Fletcher, who has got, says he's got a penalty. So I have to admit, I did see the penalty, but on the timing screen at the time didn't show me there was a 10-second penalty for the Formula Ford race before for the two drivers that had them, including, well, I think one was Megan Gilkey, the other was Alex Walker. It was showing as .0001. So I think it looks like Patrick Fletcher has, no, so Braden Fletcher, forgive me, has a time penalty for some reason, so we'll have a look at that. Might be a jump start, but we'll have to wait and see. Luke Whitworth is up to 7th, Martin Canning is 8th, Declan Lee is 9th, and rounding out the top 10 is more Blackwell Chambers. And yeah, that's the remnants of what happened after that incident. You can see the front end of Nick Dunn's car. It appears to be cosmetic, because of course these front bumpers, they are sort of one big piece of plastic in many cases, so they do sort of come off in one piece. So it might be that the bumpers come loose, but either way, that's never what you want to see, a car skating across out of control like that. It just, I saw a car, and forgive me, I thought it was Will Blackwell Chambers' car, because it's a very similar looking sort of livery, being white with a bit of red in it. And I thought it was Will Blackwell Chambers who lost the back end of his car. He might have lost it under braking, but I think it's probably best, rather than speculate anymore, to leave it to the clerks of the course to decide what that was all about. I think the best thing we can say is that it appears to be that both drivers are out of the car, that they will at least go to the medical centre to be checked over by Dr. Phil Toon, who's the Chief Medical Officer here this weekend, just to make sure that they are both okay. As a mandatory precaution in any accident, how big or small, all the drivers will always go to the medical centre to be checked over, just to make sure that they are 100% okay. Because, well, some people might look okay on the surface, sometimes you might never know that there might be something which a doctor spots which needs to be treated or looked at. So whilst that's cleared up, we now can kind of look at the state of play of the race so far and see where there are some drivers who have made some good progress up the order. One driver is Martin Canning, who has made a cracking start from 14th on the grid up to 8th, so he's made up 6 positions in that short space of time. That's looking pretty good for him as they go, as they move along. As we talked about, Braden Fletcher, who we said got a really good start and made that audacious move to pass 2 people in one complex at Rocket, is up to P6, but looks like he has a time penalty of some kind. It hasn't updated itself on the timing screen as to what that penalty is, but it just shows an exclamation mark next to him on the timing screen, which says to me that he has got one, but we'll have to wait and see what it is. It might be later in the race that it shows exactly what it might be and when it gets applied. Will Blackwell Chambers, as we said, it looks like he originally qualified 6th and then got demoted because of his 10th-place grid drop from Silverstone. He was awarded at Silverstone to them. Well, not awarded, but he was given at Silverstone, which he's, of course, he's then had to be applied here at Anglesey in qualifying. He's now already moved up to 10th position. So quick start for him. Oh dear, that's going to take some work from Paul Sheards, guys, in the awning tonight. So I'm sure that the squad, who are very well versed in running those cars, will be able to get that car hopefully running fairly quick, in a fairly swift condition, I hope. Paul Sheards has dropped from 8th to 11th for the record for Paul, so he's dropped back into in the top 10. We now got a bit of a lull before we get back going again. We have got a chance to have a look back through the points properly. So we talked about where we were in the championship. So Sam Smith has 587 points coming to the weekend, ahead of Jack Harding on 582. Patrick Fletcher is then in 3rd place in points, so he will then pick up, at the moment he'll pick up 98 for that one. I think Sam Smith, he has the fastest lap of the race. If it stays as it is, he'll get the maximum of 102 for this one. He would also get an extra point for pole, which has gone to Jack Harding. So Jack Harding, where he finishes, will be the amount of points he gets plus 1. So he's currently in 3rd, so he'd get 97 points. So Let's just go through the points again. Right, I'm trying to calculate them again on the fly whilst trying to give you the points. That's not sensible. So, right, 587 points for Sam Smith, 582 for Jack Harding, 574 for Patrick Fletcher. Then it's James Cousins at 561. Then there's a bit of a gulf, about roughly 40 odd points to John Langridge in 5th position. Simon Baldwin is 6th. And Simon, who is not here this weekend, sadly, so it's then Declan Lee who'll come next. He should move up into P6 on the points with 505, so he's a point behind Simon Baldwin coming into the weekend. Then it goes to Tom Smith with 488 points. Will Blackwell Chambers is then next on with 481, and then Nick Dunn on 474 to round out the top 10 in the pro class. We have the club class, which is for kind of more drivers that are kind of same ethos as what we had when we used to have the Super Series, but when that was merged together back for 2020, to kind of keep those drivers that wanted to race simply just for the sake of racing an MX-5 Super Cup car, rather than worrying too much about being the fastest and being up there for championship battles at the head of the field. The club class was there to allow them to have their own little battle amongst themselves. So Richard Amos, who at times this year has looked like one of the fastest guys in the entire field. Well, he was leading the championship with 589 points, but sadly he was involved in that incident with Nick Dunn, so he will score nothing from this race. Kevin Sylvain in 2nd place. He's the ex-Superstock 1000 bike racer. There's Clive Powell's in 3rd with 574. Sylvain's on 585, by the way. 574 for Clive Powell's, 550 for Martin Heath, who's a very experienced racer in short ovals and I think pickup trucks. He's done some OSS sports prototype racing as well. He's in 4th. And then Clive Chislow's in 5th in points. Stephen New is in 6th. Bruce Robertson is in 7th place. Luke Lupus is currently 8th, but he's switched to the pro class, so he will start to go further down the points. And it's currently Michael Close with 274. And then Marcus Carlton with 272, and then who should win me to the top 10 is probably Liz Walton or Scott Wright, because they're currently sat in about 13th or 14th in the points, but they'll move up as we go along, because drivers like Marcus Carlton, Michael Close and others are not here this weekend. Then we also have a Masters contest as well in the Super Cup. Simon Baldwin leads that, but again, not here, so Simon Fleet should move up into that lead by the end of the weekend, if the likes of Clive Powell and George Grant, even Martin Heath have anything to say about it. So it's 600 points for Simon Baldwin coming into the weekend, 564 Simon Fleet, 558 for Clive Powell, 554 for George Grant, so very close in the mix between 2nd, 3rd and 4th there. Martin Heath is currently 5th in points in Masters there with 536, and it's Xavier Brook on 532, Matt Pitford on 502, and then we have Clyde Chisnell on 494, Martin Tolley on 486, and Ivor Mayers on 472. So some interesting championship battles coming in throughout the mix, throughout the field here. And this really, I think, has been one of the most popular and even one of the most competitive seasons for MX-5 Super Cup already. It's building up to that because, as I say, we've had 4 different race winners overall. That being the first 4 in the race currently, and the first 4 in the championship, being Sam Smith, Jack Harding, Pat Fletcher and James Cousins. Sam Smith has, we'll get this right now, 1 win to his name. Jack Harding has 1. Patrick Fletcher has 3, and James Cousins has 1. So essentially, James Cousins has taken a race meeting's worth of wins, and then between Sam Smith, Jack Harding and James Cousins, they've taken the other 3. So it's been quite a nice mix-up, and there are some other drivers in there that have been getting involved, getting in the mix, getting some strong results. Adam Bezel's had some good stuff, but sadly, again, he's not here this weekend. Will Blackwell Chambers has had a bit of a not as quick a start as he was hoping for at Croft, but he managed to find some form towards the end of the Silverstone weekend and finished it off with a 4th place, so that's looking good for him. If he can get a good restart here and pick up a few more places in the first couple of laps, he might well be in contention to have a good result. The recovery of the cars means we've had, less than 8 minutes to go here, so we've only really had, we've completed 4 laps, so the recovery's taken maybe a bit longer than I guess some were hoping, but it looks like, now that's quite another way of recovering cars. You've got one on a low loader and then it's towing the other cars, it's carrying the other one back to the pit lane. That's quite clever, actually. I've never seen that before from a recovery truck, so that's good stuff from the recovery teams. Nice forethought there. You can see the damage on the right rear of Rich Danworth's car. It looks as though it was, I'm guessing, must have been front left into rear right. It's obviously because Rich Danworth's car came across, and it obviously was going straight on and was clipped by Nick Dunn on that corner. So that. Obviously never nice to see an accident like that, but of course it does mean, I think, that at least those guys hopefully are looking okay. At least we hope they're okay. Now then, looks like I think safety car lights are off. I think we'll get that on the next camera shot in a second. Yes, they are. So the runyourfleet.com safety car into pit lane then. We're about to get racing back underway for the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup, and it's Sam Smith who takes up the role of safety car driver temporarily because he's got to choose exactly when he wants to restart. He's chosen now. Now the sprint down towards the left-hander continues on as we go into the bus stop, onto the pit straight and back underway and racing here at Anglesey for the MX-5 Super Cup. Green flag on the pit straight and we are go once more. Into turn one they go then. So Smith leads then, Patrick Fletcher in second, Jack Harding is third from James Cousins in fourth place, John Langridge is fifth, Braden Fletcher in sixth position, who we believe also has a time penalty. What severity we know not yet, in sixth position. Then it's seventh place for Luke Whitworth, eighth for Martin Canning, ninth for Declan Lee and then 10th for Will Blackwell Chambers. So the top five in fact, or top six have all pretty much escaped straight away. And Sam Smith is holding firm at the moment. He's not really under too much pressure from Patrick Fletcher at the moment. There was a car off in the background. There was a car off in the background with dust flying on the Exeter Church corner. I didn't quite catch who it was. I think it might have been possibly a car that was predominantly black in colour. But we'll wait and see if anyone loses a couple of spots when they come past the time of being next time. Luke Whitworth was also wide there going into Rocket Corner, so maybe he was involved in a scrap that was going on further back. He was battling over 7th and 8th position, so it might have been Luke Whitworth. There was Martin Canning in there, Declan Lee, Will Blackwell Chambers, so that was a battle towards the bottom end of the top 10. So some good action going on there. Top 5 turn their way into Seaman. And then 6th place, the wide there for James Cousins on the exit. That might just give a chance to John Langridge to gain some momentum. But here's the main three at the moment. Smith, Fletcher and Hart. You do get a sense already that this title battle is starting to come mainly all about those three, isn't it? They are fairly evenly matched. Oh, look at this. Further back, we've got Will Blackwell Chambers battling with Declan Lee and Luke Whitworth. So Luke was 7th, but he's now dropped to almost 9th because you see here we've got the green flags flying there. So whether there's been another incident up at the hairpin or something's happened, which they're still waving them at the end of the second lap. So not 100%, but I have to wait and see. So Will Blackwell Chambers then comes across the line. He is now into, I think, 8th. Yes, he is. He's picked up 2 spots on that restart. Next target is Declan Lee. And the number 12 car there, the most British Racing green car. And where will he go? Is he going to look to the outside? Will Blackwell Chambers, double BRSCC Mazda MX-5 champion, switched right at the end of 2020 into the Super Cup, and now he's of course running with his Mike Comber Racing team still. Took him to those 2 titles. Now then, side by side for second for the leaders, because here comes Jack Harding. Wheel to wheel with Patrick Fletcher on the run towards Rocket Corner. So get the inside line, Patrick Fletcher. He was a little bit later on the brakes as they turn in, but Harding will try and stick it out around the outside if he can, but he finds the door shut in his face quite firmly. And this now brings James Cousins and also John Langridge into play here. Of course, then James and John are now teammates rather than adverse rivals. So these two probably might start to work together here. And it could be, if they play their cards right, can possibly work together and have it work in their favour. Maybe a double Hills Motorsport podium, if it works out that way. Oh, big lock up from Patrick Fletcher. He's feeling the pressure now from Jack Harding as they turn into Seaman. And now down the back straight towards the hairpin. I think if he's got headlights, he's flashing them, but I think it's almost pointless to flash the headlights because they've got headlight covers on them. So whether the tactic was there, it's not quite worked. And up the inside, late dive up the inside into the hairpin for Jack Harding. He's caught Patrick Fletcher completely unawares. Sells him a dummy and snatches second place straight underneath him. Fantastic stuff. Fletcher dancing this way and that's trying to get back through, but Harding sticks to the inside line. James Cousins watches on in 4th place. Brilliant racing from the MX-5 Super Cup, as always. And all of this, look at this, it's just allowing Sam Smith just to sail off into the distance. He's got a lead of 2.1 seconds. He has the fastest lap of the race, so he'll get 2 points for that. So he's now on course to score at the moment 102 points. Meanwhile, Will Blackwell Chambers, I've seen on my timing screen, has moved up to 7th, so he's got past Declan Lee. Next target will be Braden Fletcher. There's quite a bit of a gap there as they come out of the banking. There they go in the background, just Will Blackwell Chambers now ahead of the dark green machine of Declan. And Patrick Fletcher is going to try and get back as John Langridge goes a little bit rally crossing on the exit of Church Corners. Not the first person to do that, and I'm guaranteeing you won't be the last. Up the hill. Under brakes. Just trying to move his way into complex at Rocket. They're still having a bit of recovery there. It was working on the 2 cars that went off at Rocket up there. That was Richard Amos and Nick Dunn. Oops, off the road's gone Kevin Sylvain. and he was one of the front. I think essentially, if that hadn't happened, I guarantee he probably would have taken a lead in the club class. But unfortunately, the off that he's had means he's got some work to do, and he might not get the points he wants. So it might well be somebody else. If I look at the club class points, it probably might be instead, if he drops back, probably going to be, I think, could be Clive Powell's maybe, but we'll see exactly where they end up. Smith continues to lead. We're looking at still the battle for second place between Jack Harding in the 43 car, the 29 of Patrick Fletcher. Still keeping close attention is the blue, orange and black machine of James Cousins. And then we have John Langridge in 5th position. Still holding on. Braden Fletcher still 6th. The net gap back to 7th place with Will Blackwell Chambers. Declan Lee is 8th. Luke Whitworth 9th. And Paul Sheard holding on to the top 10 as we head across the line with 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. So we are indeed, as the graphic says, on the last lap of the race. And down into the banking for the final time. Sam Smith looks fairly in control, but it's never over until they get to the checkered flag, so nothing's guaranteed. Jack Harding has pulled away slightly from Patrick Fletcher. He was half a second quicker on that last lap, but he was the quickest out of the top 3, so but the gap is 1.9 seconds, so I don't think, unless, touch wood, Sam Smith makes a mistake which loses him more than 2 seconds, I can't see Jack Harding really catching him too much, but a little dab of brakes there as he went through the right-hander at school. Wasn't confident in going completely flat there, but turns his way out into the Rocky Complex for the last time. And this is the form he's wanted, really. He found he was missing it a bit at Croft, but managed to get back to winning ways at Silverstone. And he looks on course for his second win of the season. It'd be a great way to start the weekend. He won the first race at Silverstone, so it was a good way for him to begin that weekend. And of course, hopefully, he can now go into tomorrow looking to trot with more points, and this will certainly give him 102 for his efforts. He comes up towards the hairpin for the final time. Jack Harding still with Patrick Fletcher in relatively close attention, but I don't think it's going to affect him too much as they come out of the final couple of the corners. And now as they head up towards the bus stop for the final time. A bit of effort in the middle, but once he was able to pull away, there seems to be no stopping him. Out the final corner, he's driven exactly why the number 1's on the door. Up to the checkered flag, Sam Smith wins the first race of the weekend here at Anglesey for the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 SuperCup in not comfortable fashion, but fairly simple fashion for him. He weaves across the line in relative delight. He was 1.8 seconds ahead of Jack Harding in second place. Patrick Fletcher gets third and he rounds off the podium. James Cousins 4th, John Langridge 5th, and Will Blackwell Chambers, right now, he gets 6th because the time penalty thing has come through for Braden Fletcher. It's a 10-second time penalty, so he's going to be 6th place for Blackwell Chambers, 7th for Declan Lee, 8th for Luke Whitworth, 9th for Paul Sheard, and Braden Fletcher gets pushed down to P10 as a result of that, as we lose his P6 on the road, but drops down to 10th. 11th for Martin Canning, 12th for Chris Richardson, 13th for Alex Miller, 14th for Xavier Brook, 15th for James Warrior, 16th for Clive Powell, who wins the club class, so that mistake for Kevin Sylvain does cost him the club class win. Clive Powell takes maximum points from that. It's then Tom Seldom, he comes through in 17th place in the pro class, as does Martin Tolley in 18th, Nick Rutter in 19th, Lee Britton in 20th, Simon Fleet in 21st, and it's the 41 of Smith, followed by George Grant in 23rd place. It's then Will Morris in 24th, Matt Pickford in 25th, Seamus Healy 26th, and the next club class driver is Bruce Robinson in 27th place in car number 90, then followed by Martin Heath. Kevin Sylvain ends up 4th, so he's off the club class podium sadly after that mistake. That's Scott Wright in 30th place, Stephen New in 31st, Liz Waltham 32nd, Clive Chisnell 33rd, and of course then he was the last finisher after we did unfortunately lose Nick Dunn and Richard Amos. And top Masters drivers, if I try and work that out, I think it's Paul Sheard who wins the Masters category actually, which is quite nice. So Paul Sheard wins the Masters category by the looks of it. I think it's then Xavier Brooks 2nd and Clive Powell's 3rd. So nice work from Paul Sheard to take home at least a Masters trophy for his efforts on that one. So just looking at the points putting in for some of the top 3, so it actually gives Sam Smith's lead. It's now 689 points, I calculate provisionally. It's 680 for Jack Harding, so 9 points difference. And then the 3rd place for Patrick Fletcher gives him 670. James Cousins scored 94 points, so he then gets on to 655. John Langridge, who's in 5th place. So actually, ironically, the top 5 in points all finished in exactly the same positions as where they are currently in the standings. So it's 92 points for John Langridge, which means he goes on to 610. And then Will Blackwood Chambers is next. He'll go on to 90 points, which means he goes up to 571. Declan Lee will get points for 88, which is then for 7th place. So he will then go to... What will he go to? 505 he was on coming to the weekend. 593, so he will move up ahead of Simon Baldwin because he's not here. Then it is going to be Luke Whitworth, who is going to be quite low in points because he did the first round as a club class driver, so he'll be quite far down the order anyway. Paul Sheard, his first meeting here, so he'll only get a few minutes, and then around that top 10 is Braden Fletcher, who will calculate his points later. But we'll go to the James and Peter Ennis now. We'll have a chat to our top 3 in that. What was a pretty eventful race, but let's see what our top 3 thought of that.
So after a thrilling BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Super Cup race, our winner was Sam Smith. Sam, we'll just get you to keep your lid on just for the marks. Great start to the weekend for you.
Yeah, it was a good start. We were a bit out of position in qualifying, although I was happy with the car. We had a bit of an issue with the scrutineering.
Oh, okay.
But the car's been good all weekend, and yeah, we managed to get in front of Patrick at the start, which was crucial really, and all managed okay. So yeah, felt good.
Roll on tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Well, mate, thanks. Thank you. That's Sam Smith, your winner. Second place was Jack. We'll just have a quick word with Jack. He's just having a quick chat with his team. Now, Jack, let's get pop your mask or balaclava on if you've got one. That'll be fantastic. He's just sorting out a mask. Obviously, we've got to adhere to the COVID regulations here. So he's popping his mask on. Great second place for you. You've got to be happy.
Not really. Not starting from pole. You know, first you want to win, don't you? So, but no, honestly, Sam was really confident in the first lap on the brakes and did a couple of do-or-die moves. That obviously, so early in the season, I wouldn't put myself in that position. But you know, Sam's had not a great qualifying, so he's not got much to lose. So he was the fastest man on lap 1 and got to the front where he needed to be. And then, unfortunately, I was caught behind Patrick for quite a bit. Obviously, a bit frustrating because we've got quite a bit of pace. But obviously, when someone's blocking, and you know, it's just difficult to get past. But yeah, no. Salvage second out of it, you know, it's good. Hopefully we can just recover tomorrow and get some wins, because it's just starting on the inside as well. It's really dirty on the inside and you're never going to get the best start, so that's what we can do for tomorrow.
Excellent stuff, well done. And then third place was Patrick Fletcher. We'll just have a quick word with Patrick. It was a tough race out there. I mean, it just shows you how competitive the MX-5 Super Cup is, but still P3, still a good start to the weekend for you.
Yeah, definitely. There's definitely bits of that race I can be proud of and happy about. So I got in the lead, and then to be fair to Sam, he did a mega move into the hairpin. And then I thought maybe I could, once I started defending a little bit less from Jack, I thought maybe I could keep up with Sam and keep up with him. But then the safety car came out, and then Jack was putting the pressure back on again. And then Jack managed to find a way past, I believe, into turn 2, which was a nice move.
Fantastic, well done. Roll on tomorrow for you. So there's your top 3 for the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. Got a bit of a break now until our second Fun Cup into the night race. That'll be on at around about 7:45, right the way through into the darkness until 11 o'clock. So we'll catch up then.
Thank you very much, Jamie. Of course, we'll hear from you a little bit later on, of course, as we get set for essentially today's main event, which is we've had the first thrilling Fun Cup race, but the main occasion for them is the second one, heading, of course, into the darkness. That's going to be quite an exciting one. I'm quite looking forward to that. If it's anything like the first race, you do not want to go anywhere, of course. Obviously, everyone's got to go and refuel and get themselves sorted. Now, what's going on now, of course, we're not going to show it, but we have qualifying going on for the MX-5 Clubman Championship, which is going to be racing tomorrow, 2 races for them. But we are now going to go into a break, so of course we're going to have the qualifying, then we'll have an hour's kind of dinner break here before we then go into preparations for the race for most people waiting for, which is that into the night race. 3 hours from eventually 8 o'clock until 11 o'clock into the darkness. And of course, it should be a fantastic race if it's anything to live up to from our second race there. So, thank you to Jamie for his work so far. We'll see him a little bit later on, of course, in the pit lane. We're running around during that. And I'm sure if you haven't seen night racing before, at least at Anglesey, or night racing of any kind before, stay tuned. It's a special thing to watch. So, please do so. So, go take a break, go and refuel. we're going to, and of course we're going to get ourselves ready for our main event for tonight. So until then, from myself, Scott, and all of us here at Anglesey, thank you for watching. Stay tuned. We've got more racing coming up for tonight, and yeah, let's get ready for some fantastic endurance racing under the lights here in North Wales. Great to be back, and there's more of it coming up very shortly. So sit tight, or go and get yourself refueled. We'll be back very shortly, or in a little while, for our Into the Night race for Fun Cup here at Anglesey with the BRSCC live on Facebook and YouTube. Well, that'll do it. That'll get things started, won't it? No, I'm obviously I'm not pleased with people that have the range, but I'm really pleased we had a nice exciting finish for the Fun Cup race. Because yeah, and it's not because people look at it and go, yeah, our race is going to be exciting, but I wanted that race to prove
Well, welcome back everybody to the second part of our BRSCC Fun Cup Into the Night race. We've got our second 3-hour Fun Cup race just lining up in the assembly behind me. A lot of drama in the first race. We had some mechanical failures which has resulted in 5 teams not able to take the start. So we're down to a 17 car grid. Behind me you've got the car 212, which is the Make Happen Racing car, who have drawn pole position. So we'll have a quick chat with Greg Evans, because Steve Walton's getting in the zone ready for the start. Decent race 1 for you. I was just going to want to progress and get it back into the top 6.
Well, that's the plan, mate. Yeah, yeah. We just stay on the lead lap like we did before. We started 1 position from the back the last race and just worked through. So yeah, hopefully now we've got less places to pass. There is some quick drivers behind us, but it's a long race. We'll just plod on and see where we are. Hopefully we've made a few changes and hopefully everything will be right. So we'll be there at the end of the race. And
the sun going into Rocket, that's going to be a bit of a problem, isn't it?
No, why is it?
Oh, I don't know. Probably because I'm a softie from the south. So yeah, Steve Walton saying it's fine. It's absolutely fine. Typical banter we get down here. But no, we'll let you get ready. Thanks a lot for that. Second place on the grid is Scott Jeffs. If I could, someone could open the door for me. that would be great. That's the MJ Tech GT car. Scott's we're getting ready to take the start. Are you looking forward to racing in the dark?
I don't think I'll be racing much in the dark. I think it's going to be sunny the whole time. Then Martin can get in and he can do the dark stint.
And you're in NASCAR last week. Has it taken a bit of getting used to getting back in the Fun Cup car?
Not really. It feels like home coming back here. So it's just nice to be back in the grid and in a comfortable car which fits me properly.
Excellent stuff. Well, good luck for the race. Third place is Agua Caliente. That's got Matt Hogg behind the wheel. Jamie, if I could just dive in, if that's okay. Matt, it was a tricky race for you guys, let's just say. Hopefully all the problems are ironed out and looking forward to a decent result.
Hopefully, yeah. The first race we had a lot of time to sit round and have cups of coffee and cake, which was quite nice, but obviously didn't get any points.
No, and as we were saying, the sun might become a bit of a problem at the end of the back straight as well.
Yeah, well, you know, I don't tend to look up into there. It's a bit scary, so I should be all right, I think.
Excellent stuff. Right, we've been given the green light to go, so that's the top 3 on the grid for round 4 of the 2021 Fun Cup Endurance Championship. I'll hand you over to Scott Woodward, who will take you through the grid.
Thank you very much, Jamie. Yes, welcome back to tonight's live stream. In fact, of course, it's quite strange saying that with a race weekend. Usually finish up at 5 or 6 o'clock, but not us. We're plugging straight through into the evening now for technically today's main event, which is our Into the Night race for round 4 of the 2021 Fun Cup Endurance Championship. And as Jamie said, quite a lot has happened, of course, particularly with the fact that not only are 5 cars, sadly, from the 22 car entry that we originally had not taking the start, but also the winners that we had earlier on, which was the Greenswell Motorsport car, which was the Smiths, Sam, Ted and Simon, but also Nigel Greenswell. Sadly, that car was disqualified due to a rear wing infringement. So because of that, I think they're having to start possibly somewhere deep in the field, if not probably just in front of the winners. So that means that the Dispatch Bay Express car, which you're seeing heading out the shot there, is now on it wasn't declared the winner, but that means that then they will also then start from the back of the grid. So as you can see, we're going to be starting just as the sun starts to set, and as the race goes on, we'll be able to see it. So let's take you through the grid and who's starting in which car. So first of all, it means Make Happen Racing drew pole position, which means they will start from the front of the grid. Car number 212, and that car being started by Steve Walton. MTEP GT is alongside them on the front row of the grid in car 61. That car being started by Scott Jeffs. Row 2 is Agua Caliente, number 171, hoping for a better race this time by Matt Hogg will start that car. Alongside them is their teammates, car number 207, that car being started by Rob Croydon. Row 3 is GT Radial car number 97, which is being started by Steve Peat. Alongside them, the first of the EDF Motorsport. I think it might be the only EDF Motorsport car, because the other one I think is sadly out. And that car is being started by Charles Graham this time. And then row 4 is PLR Racing, who were right in contention for victory earlier on. Car number 146. And that car is being started by Ben Pitch, alongside the Caldwells, 157. That being started this time by Brian Caldwell. Row 5 is going to be then We Have No Idea, which is car number 107. Still love that team though. Which is Paul Calladine who start from 9th, alongside then the Team Greenheath car number 14, with Gary Bates taking the wheel of the first stint. Then it's row 6, where we see car 263, which would have been our winners, but they have to redraw themselves on the grid, so after being disqualified. So that means it's going to be the Smiths and Nigel Greensall, and it will be Sam Smith who will again take the start from 11th. The track photos start alongside them, car number 262, and they have Sean Cooper starting that car. Then it's row 7, Team Viking 110, with Nick Nunn at the wheel alongside Uvio Hoffman's Lotus, double race winners this year, and that car being started by this time Fabio Randaccio. Then it's JPR Black Widows, car number 99. 15th on the grid, car 99 being started by Steve Harris. Stand 2 Motorsport 101 is next, and 16th on the grid. That car is to be taken away at the start by Duncan Rogers. And then the last car on the grid, quite literally I'm afraid, is Dispatch Bay Express, but they are there of course as a result of winning the last race, and that's car 221, which means that will be then started by, if I get them on my timing screen, Andy Bicknell. So Andy Bicknell will start that car. So the 5 cars sadly that we don't have on the grid are car 125, which is Greensall Motorsport. That would have been the Ryan Paul Lewis. They unfortunately do not take the start. The Stobart Sport car of Colin Kingsthorpe and Jonathan Hode, they don't take the start either, I'm afraid. Enduro Motorsport 188, that's the John Curry Chris Weatherall car that stopped out on circuit as well. The 246 Vape Club Racing with EDF Motorsport car Platinum and Matt Dorkings. But most crucially, I think as well, which doesn't take the start, is car number 1, the reigning champions. We saw them agonisingly retire with an engine failure, 15 minutes to go, and they're out of the race. But that is something which I'll have to come back and fight for next time at Alton Park. But for the 17 cars still left, we're about to start with something very, very special. If you've never seen this before, get ready for something that's sure to be an absolute treat. We're all set for the Fun Cup into the night race here at Anglesey, as we are underway and racing for another 3 hours here on the coast of North Wales. They head into turn 1 for the first time, and it will be the pole sitters who will be heading up into Belize. They turn up through the right-hander. There is 263. That was our previous original race winners, be the Smiths, with Sam Smith at the wheel. But now out of the right-hander and onto the back straight they go. And it is Make Happen Racing who leads the way from Agrocaliente, from the Calientes in second place. And away they go out through the right-hander at the banking. And now all the way through the right. So there we go. It's MTech GT in second place, Agrocaliente in third. It's both the Agrocaliente cars fourth. The 97 car of GT Radio's fifth position. Ben Pitch is there in sixth. They're really trying to make a move. I think that was possibly on the EDF Motorsport car, or one of the main EDF Motorsport car. That was the Team Greenheath car with, I think it was Gary Bates at the start of the wheel of that car at the beginning. Oh, it's 3 abreast already. I think that was the Caldwells having a scrap with the JPR Uvio machine, and also the Smiths in their 263 Greensall Motorsport car. So no headlights just yet, but as it starts to get darker and the sun continues to set, we'll see more and more with that very usual sort of headlight bar in front of them, where they've got like a bar and 2 more spotlights on the front, and they'll start to switch on as the light starts to fade. So through the corkscrew for the first time in racing speeds, and already the top 2 are nose to tail. It's Make Happen Racing, followed by MJ Tech GT. And it's the 2 Agrocaliente cars in the mix, 171 followed by 207. And it's Ellis Hadley in number 97. Sorry, Steve Peat driving that car. They've switched around with their driver orders in that one. Ben Pitch is there, of course, in 6th position. Car 146. And then the rest of the field goes streaming through. Team Greenheath in 7th place, JPR Uvio in 8th, 9th for the Greensalls, and side by side for 10th already. Around the outside goes Track Focused on the EDF Motorsport car, and the rest of the pack that's towards the back continues to stream through. As we now look at this fight that's developing now, for what looks to be, I think that is change from a lead possibly there, because that's going to be MJ Tech GT side by side with Make Happen Racing as they come up towards the complex of Rocket. There's 3rd to 6th further back. But as for the lead, it has switched hands. So now MJ Tech GT heads to the front, then in car 61. And that is now Scott Jeffs, who will hand over to Martin Gibson at the first pit stop as they turn their way out of Rocket up towards Peel, and they now head on to what hopefully should be quite a substantial lead. You've got to watch, of course, for the faster cars out there, the likes of JPR Uvio, the Smiths, of course, want to get a bit of redemption for their disqualification earlier on. They're having a bit of a real tussling match there with the Team Greenheath cars. The rest of the field sweeps its way through, but the Dispatch Bay Express car has already made up a couple of places towards the rear of the field, so expect them to carry on making progress. And so as the leaders then continue to turn their way on lap number 3 of this into the night race here. It's if you've never seen Fun Cup racing before, if you missed our earlier race, well, the first one was an absolute barnstormer with the added effect of racing from the twilight into the darkness. It certainly makes it that little extra bit special, particularly at a setting such as the beautiful Anglesey Circuit in North Wales. Looks like Team Greenheath is getting stuck in with the Smith. Sam Smith taking the start again for that one. Of course, he took the lead from pole position and was able to pull away pretty substantially. And now he's just lining up a move on the 14 car. Gary Bate trying to go wheel to wheel with Sam Smith, but the two of them will go side by side. And Sam Smith using all of his experience as an ex-Ferrari racer just to slip up the inside. And through he goes into a little bit higher into the top 10. Just grab my timing string so I can give you a quick rundown of exactly who is where. So everyone just starting to settle in a little bit in these early stages. The lead gap is about 0.6 of a second already. And you'll notice again, if you watched any of the earlier races but didn't catch our Fun Cup race, you'll note that the course are turning a different direction to where they were before. And instead of going left off the international circuit, they're turning instead right through the corkscrew, because that is the shorter coastal circuit which they're using for this weekend. So MTech GT leading now by 1.1 seconds from Make Happen Racing. The Agro Caliente teams are still 3rd and 4th, but I think they're about to change hands at the moment, because 207 has a look up the inside to displace Matt Hogg. And also now trying to get through his bend pitch, but also looking stacking up behind. We've got JPR Rubio, and look at Sam Smith trying to pick his way through the middle of them. It is 2 by 2 through Church Corner. And Agro Caliente's found himself, the 171 car of Matt Hogg is going to get squeezed out and lose in the end about 4 positions, because his teammate's gone through. So is also PLR Racing. Also is Fabio Randaccio in the UVA Hoffman's Lotus car, and Sam Smith as well. And also now the Greenheath car might also squeeze through as well. So he's lost 6, 7, 8 places. He's lost so many places on one lap. That's incredible. So he started a lap in 3rd, and he's roughly 8th or 9th, which is quite extraordinary. So big shuffle of positions. Again, Sam Smith tries to make more progress up the order. He already picks his way past Ben Pitch through Peel Corner. That's the PLR machine. Of course, it'll be Neil Plymmer, the captain, who goes ahead and picks up. He'll go ahead and jump into that car later on. So out through the right-hander of the corkscrew, back through the left, and then back into turn 1 once again. There's the tail as they come down towards it, and now having a look at the inside to try and steal position from 3rd place from the 207 car is Fabio Randaccio, not hanging around, and neither is Sam Smith. The two of these cars, two of the fastest in the field, and they're not hanging around starting from deep in the order either, because Sam Smith has a chance of trying to redeem himself and the team after the disqualification earlier on. There's MTech GT leading the way, making it happen racing in 2nd place, then the train for 3rd as it starts to charge on towards the front. JPR Rubio being chased down by Sam Smith in the Greensaw Motorsport car. More position swaps imminent. We think there's the Team Greenheath car, and trying to get back down the outside is the 262 track focus machine on GT Radial, and a bit of a slide as well as the I'm sure all arms and elbows there was the 171 machine, the other Agro Caliente car, as it turns its way up to the top of the complex and back around again. So that's Agro Caliente. After it starts that race in 2 laps ago, it was 3rd on the road. Then it's lost all the positions in the matter of corners, and that was quite extraordinary to see it tumble down that quickly. But I'm not sure that was quite in the plan, was it? So their teammates, the 203 car's running quite well. In fact, I think it dropped a few spots actually. Yeah, it's going to drop down the order in a second. I was about to say it was still in 3rd position, but it's not. It's chopped down even further. So down to 6th. So now see Ben Pitch just lining up to make another move. And he will know, even though it's a 3-hour race, these are not cases where you can sit back and just afford to sit behind another car for a while and then make your move when it's appropriate to do so. With it being effectively a 3-hour sprint race, you really have to make your way through the traffic and make your way around cars that perceptibly could be slower incredibly quickly. You really have to make as much time as possible and not stay around as you can. If you get a driver that starts to close the door and make it difficult for you, it can always be very, very tricky. That's the track focus car. We've got a little bit of tyre smoke going through the flat out of the right-hander at School Corner, but through the Rocket Complex they go. Just a reminder of who started the 207 car. That was, in fact, Rob Croydon. So he will hand over to Paul Turner at the pit stops. 262 track focus car, that was started by Sean Cooper. He's going to hand over to Mike McCollum and then Neil Smith at the pit stops. And they're going to go in sort of a reverse order. So they're going to have Mike get in for the 4th stim, Neil for the 5th, and then Sean will start but top and tail the race by finishing in the darkness as well. So this is now the battle that's become a scrap for, I think, 6th, 7th and 8th. The GT Radial car of Steve Peters there in 9th position, and the second Agua Caliente car is still, well, it was 10th, but it's now been displaced into 12th position by both Dispatch Bay Express after they inherited the win earlier on and started from the back of the grid. They're now up to 10th position, and the JPR Black Widows car in 11th place has now also moved up as well. And I think already, is that damage on the 262 car already? So we're only a matter of minutes in, not even 10 minutes in, and it appears as though the 262 track focus car already has damage on the front splitters. That's something. Now then, we're going to get a battle, a 4-way scrap for the lead here, because the MJ Tech GT car with, I think possibly, there goes the Team Greenheath car, I'm not sure where he's off to, but the 61 car with Scott Jeffs at the wheel now has the 212 Make Happen Racing car with Steve Walton at the wheel. He's got Steve Walton, not for longer he hasn't, because up the inside goes Fabio Randaccio, and I think it's going to leave the door for Sam Smith to squeeze through as well. So in the blink of an eye, these two pretty much, even though they're in different teams, running in tandem at the moment towards the front of the field as they sweep into the corkscrew once again. And now with just around about 9 minutes to go, sorry, 9 minutes to go. 9 minutes gone in this race, I should say. Not 9 minutes to go. It's not that short a race. It's going to be a long night, isn't it? As they go through into the banking once more. So this is now 2nd and 3rd chasing down the race leaders. So if these both get past in quick succession, this will now become an early scrap for the lead between Fabio Randaccio of Uvia Hoffman's Lotus and Sam Smith of Team Greensall. As you mentioned, the team which won on the road, but then sadly was disqualified after for a rear wing issue. They're now getting back out there and proving well, just that quick. And see there, sweeping around the outside is Fabio Randaccio. Got a great run on the MJ Tech GT car, and as one goes through, you expect the other one to go follow through. He gets almost edged out wide onto the circuit and round the outside of Sam Smith. That was a little bit rude by Fabio Randaccio, but whatever it was, it got the job done. So into the lead and into 2nd respectively goes Fabio Randaccio, followed by Sam Smith, hot on his heels. Then, of course, it's the 61 car of MJ Tech GT with Scott Jeffs at the wheel. The Steve Walton car back in 4th position, and then it's still hanging around in 5th is the Team Greenheath squad with Gary Bates in 5th position there. They're now on the back of the Make Happen Racing car of Steve Walton, which he'll hand over to Greg Evans at the first pit stop, and they'll alternate once again. So Steve will have the 1st, 3rd and 5th stints, whereas Greg will have the 2nd, 4th and 6th stints to end the race on later on. That's quite a way away, of course. That's some 2 hours 50 minutes until we get there. Quick note on the rest of the top 10 quickly. 6th at the moment is PLR Racing. 7th place is the Track Focus car number 262. 8th is the first of the Agua Caliente cars. 9th is GT Radial. 10th is Dispatch Bay Express. Now then, are these two working together, or are they going to start fighting? I think the possible answer is going to be the latter, because here comes Sam Smith. He said, right, we work together. Now I'm going to have you down into Rocket Complex. Up the inside. Simple as you like. Nice, simple pass. Oops, and that's Team Green. He's taken the extremely wide approach into Rockets. Not sure where he was off to, but unless it's the wet line in there, in which case, wrong time of the year, wrong weather conditions. Either way, now I think Fabio Randaccio doesn't really want to be overtaken and sit looking at the back of Sam Smith's car. He wants to try and get him back here. And how amazing would this be to get an early battle? But at the same time, I think that both these cars have got to be very careful not to get drawn into battles too much early on, because we saw it with the Uvios earlier on. They were talking about tyre issues later in the race, and it might be they use their tyres up a little bit too much. And so if Fabio gets drawn into too much for battle here early days, he might well regret it later on, because, as I said, tyre changes are incredibly rare in Fun Cup unless you really have to for a reason like a puncture, or whether it's for safety because of rubbing bodywork or whatever it might be. But usually the tyres here will last the entire 3-hour distance. It's up to your drivers as a team to be able to manage them to ensure that you don't have to make a late change and cost you so much time, because this is not the world of Formula 1 in terms of making pit stops. It's more 4 or 5 wheel, that's rather than a set single centre locking nut. So you really have to be careful not to take too much out of them. Change on for fourth. Here comes Gary Bates trying to make a move on Steve Walton. Steve won't fight him too much. Now, just ahead of them, we'll have to switch back to the leaders because they were side by side. They are side by side into the Rocket Complex. The Greenheath car goes wide again for the second time in succession. I'm not sure if it's an issue with brakes up there or whatever it is, but we need to look back at the leaders because they were side by side through Rocket. And what's the order now? Well, it's changed again. So Fabio Randaccia has got back through at the Rocket Complex. Sanfia goes back up the inside again to have another look. Makes a dive, but has to anchor it up a little bit quick in order to make sure he's no contact. You can see there Fabio working away with his Spider-Man inspired helmet. And up through the left-hander of the bus stop, back down the back straight, or the pit straight, excuse me, into turn one. And sure, hopefully we've got a few of the drivers from the support series, possibly even checking out the action from the trackside, from the Mazdas. And we have the Formula Ford, some of the Superkarts maybe as well, might be watching from trackside. It's not often you get a night race, but when you do, it's certainly an occasion to savour, and we've got one here, of course. So magnificent stuff. Yeah, and it's wonderful that not only are we back at Anglesey, that we can do this once again. It's been has been a regular feature of the Fun Cup Championship in years past. It's great that we can do it again. There has even been, rather than 2 3-hour races, one very long 8-hour race they've tried a couple of years ago. So in terms of the race length, they will almost try anything. Of course, there is always for those who don't know, there is also, I think it happened this weekend, the Spa 25 hours, and that's not me getting my fact wrong. It is actually 25 hours, making it one of the longest, if not the longest, endurance race out there. And that is a kind of a central, centrepiece of the Fun Cup calendar, because it's not just the UK. They have Fun Cup championships across Europe. They even have one as far as I think as Dubai or the United Arab Emirates, where they've had some Fun Cup races there at the Asmarina circuit. So Fun Cup is incredibly far-reaching, further than you might think. And a lot of the teams, particularly across Europe, and usually in normal times from the UK, would go over to the 25 hours and compete there, which is quite a fantastic occasion. I'd love to go there one day myself, but it's a wonderful sort of central event for all the kind of top European teams and UK teams and teams from further afield to come and compete to essentially look to be the best. And there are different classes of car depending on the spec of car that you run, because there are a few different evolutions of the Fun Cup car. There's Evos 1, 2 and 3. And there have been diesel-engined Fun Cup cars in the past. We've had, of course, cars that have been more manual gearboxes. And of course, nowadays they have the sequential shifters on this as well, or the paddle shift on these cars, if I'm correct. They are quite sophisticated bits of kit, these Fun Cup cars, I think. Cars and so on that side. Now, I think there's some early news, some of the early goings on. We can head down to Jamie in the pit lane and give us an update on what's happening in these early stages of this Fun Cup into the night race. Jamie, what news do you have?
Just an update on the 171, the Agua Caliente car, which was driven by Matt Hogg in this first stint. Unfortunately, they are experiencing some engine troubles where the jets in the carburettor are getting blocked, which is similar to what they had in the first race. And what that actually means is fuel is not getting through quick enough, and it is causing it to suffer. So they're trying to fix it now, and hopefully, fingers crossed, they'll be out shortly. Back to you, Scott.
Thanks for the update on that one, Jamie. It does explain some of the lots of pace they had when they dropped down the order, I guess, in many cases. So, bad luck for Agua Caliente. Hopefully they can get that fixed. There's their other car in the mix, the 207 car, which is still circulating, as far as I can tell, all being well. Currently in 8th position at the moment, so they can try and make some progress. There's a bit of a scrap could be developing here now between Steve Walton and the Make Happen racing car, Ben Pitch and the PLR racing machine, and also track-focused in car 262. So ones to watch out for. There is other Agua Caliente cars. Their teammates, as Jamie just reported, are in the pit lane. Just a reminder, that car started by Rob Croydon, car number 207, and Paul Turner will jump in for the second stint. So here's something interesting. 262 track focused. So Sean Cooper trying to make his way past Ben Pitch here with Steve Walton also in the mix. They head out into Peel. Sean Cooper just trying to look for an opportunity to try and pick his way through. And usually in an endurance race, the first thing is always a chance to settle in, find your pace, find your rhythm, and then when the race progresses and you start to change drivers, then they'll start to add extra elements, different strengths and weaknesses depending on who's strongest. And you might choose to put one of your fastest drivers out first and last to give you a good start and a quick finish, and then you might choose to, with some of the with the two driver entries, they have no choice but to alternate. So that's a key thing in terms of making that work. The teams of three or four drivers, they can kind of pick their sequence, and they can choose they want to go equal stints, or they did sort of split them a bit unevenly over at Greensall Motorsport when they put Sam Smith out first and then fifth, and they put Nigel Greensall out fourth and then last to be ultimately the fastest driver out there at the end. And at the time it paid off before the exclusion. But certainly making the most of it. Now Ben Pitch is going to try and line up for a possible outside move here on Steve Walton. Sean Cooper in the track focus cars is also going to try and get himself into the mix here as they strap over 5th, 6th and 7th. We should mention also, whilst we're looking at it, I noticed that the lead has changed again, so Greensall Motorsport is now back into a lead. Only 0.3 of a second ahead of Udia Hoffman's Lotus. There's been a switch around for them once more. And then there's a further 4.4 second gap back to MTech GT in 3rd place. Team Greenhall 4th. And then this battle we're watching for 5th between Make Happen Racing, PLR, and then Track Focus. A little wide on the exit there of the bus stop. One there was Greenheath. Here's our tussle for 3rd going on. Record rest of the top 10. We've got Agro Caliente in 8th. Dispatch Bay Express from the back of the grid in 9th. The GT Radial are rounding out the top 10 with Steve Peat at the wheel. So, and just like that, it's happened again because they've now changed positions once more. And I suspect possibly, whether on certain sections they're starting to work together here, because they seem to have been trading a lead possibly several times in the last few minutes since we've been looking at cars down the order. And I wonder if they're just starting to inadvertently begin to work together a little bit temporarily. Case in point, Sam Smith did think about a move up the inside there. Rocket, you saw he was pretty close and was a little later on the brakes to just remind Fabio that he's still there. Makes the sprint down towards Peel. And again, just looking pretty close between these two at the front of the order. Again, slightly wider turn in first of all for Fabio. Tighter approach through the apex for Sam Smith as they pair of them turn their way out of bus stop once again to complete another lap. And we've now had, coming up to the first 15 minutes completed in this 4th round of the 2021 SuperCup Endurance Championship. It's a fantastic championship run by Paul Rose, of course. It's a brilliant way for several drivers to share the driving. I think around the entry fees around about, if I'm correct, about roughly £2,500 a meeting, but you can share that between 3 or 4 drivers, or sometimes between a pair, and that comes from the amount of track time that you do get, because you get quite a lengthy qualifying session and quite a lengthy race. Now then, here's a chance for Sam Smith to get his turn, possibly to go back to the front. Even if this is just a healthy little battle, or I suspect there is some temporary camaraderie here, as Sam Smith almost backs the car into the corner as he locked the rears on that one. And on this occasion, it does seem as though Sam Smith has thought, right, rather than work together, I'm going to put my foot down and pull away. And maybe that's what his strategy is now. As we, I think that's waiting for the car heading down the hill towards the left hand and then the right to the corkscrew. As you say, Sam Smith now in the lead as he takes over. This car's very similar situation than it was in the first race when Sam Smith took the lead from the front row of the grid and then drove away with the first stint. And it was only through the pit stops that, with the driver changes available, that things started to switch around. Of course, he'll be changing over at the first pit stop. If we look at where who's set to hand over to, Class 263, he's set to hand over to Simon Smith. So that'll be his father Simon, and his brother Ted will take over, and it's a very similar system to that which we had in the first race. So it will be after the 3 Smith siblings have had their turns. It'll then be Nigel Greensall back in in the 4th stint, and then again Sam Smith will get in for stint 5. For the last one, it'll be once again Nigel Greensall who will finish things off for the second race, which by then will be in pitch darkness And we'll simply mainly be relying, I suppose, on the headlights of others to try and identify who is what on camera. There's Sean Cooper and the Track Focus Machine 262 with the damage to the front end bodywork on the splitter, which actually it does affect the cars more than you think it will. Hurting him in terms of tyres. Oh, there's an outbreak himself there just at the bottom of the shot. There was the dispatch bay car, and just behind it, just in front of it, the Make Happen racing car almost did the same thing. So that was one to watch for. There goes the Agricaliente car behind it. There goes the battle that still continues between Ben Pitch and Sean Cooper. Just a reminder, this is a scrap that's going on over 5th position overall, as Greensall Motorsport car still holding on to its lead at the moment. There's the Team Greenheath car in number 14 ahead of M-Tech GT. Team Greenheath up to 3rd now, 4th for M-Tech. There's the scrap for 5th. There's Make Happen Racing in the background in 7th place on their own. Then in the back of the shot we've just seen Dispatch Bay and Agricaliente. Team Viking have also had quite a quiet start to this race. They started quite deep in the field. They're up to 10th position, so not quite the explosive start they were hoping for, but they are able to quietly work their way through the pit stops and get themselves into contention. So I wouldn't count them out at this early stage at all. They've still got a lot to prove and a lot to manage. Still 2.5 hours to go. And I imagine the pit window will start to open pretty soon, so because it usually tends to open at half-hour points. So I think in the next 5.5 minutes we will get the pit window opening up for drivers to make their first scheduled stops. And as you said, the only one car that we've had missing a little bit is the Agricaliente 171 car, which Jamie mentioned had some problem with its essentially with its fuel system. Essentially, because I think the fuel injectors I think were blocked or something, or the fuel lines were blocked, so fuel wasn't actually getting into the engine. So hopefully they can get that fixed and get it back out, because even though there'll be several laps down, if they can get back out there, of course they can try and hold on to get points as best as they can, and they might have to, and potentially maybe rely on the troubles of others if they fall into some kind of strife. Just for the record, for those who have just joined us and watched the first race, they're wondering why there's a slightly smaller field. We sadly lost 5 cars before the start of the race due to the engine problems they had in the first race. So the key ones of those of which is actually the defending champions, car number 1 Team Olympian, because they had engine failure with about 15 minutes to go from the lead of the race, which is absolutely heartbreaking. And it now means that along with them, we've also not had present in this race the 125 Greensall Motorsport car of Ryan and Paul Lewis, the 170 Stobart Sport car of Colin Kingsthorpe and John from Hode, the 188 Enduro Motorsport car of John Curry and Chris Wetherall, and then the second of the 2 EDF Motorsport cars 246, which is Vlad Vasiliev and Matt Dorking. Sadly, all of those 5 cars, I'm afraid, have not been able to take the start due to the issues that they experienced earlier on in the first race this afternoon. Here's that ongoing battle for 5th position between PLR Racing and Track Focus, Ben Pitch versus Sean Cooper. And here's our top 2, still running nose to tail here, and I suspect pretty much unofficially working together. There's been like a bit of a temporary truce called, I think, before we do eventually get a fight, I presume, later on in the race, in the closing stages. And the one thing to watch out for is that in terms of lap times, there is a chance that lap times could be quicker later on in the day, mainly because when it gets into the evening, the temperatures start to go cool, which means you get lower oil temperatures, the tyres start to work in a better range, it all works in favour. And that's why sometimes when you see, for example, like Le Mans or other endurance races, whether it's in the race or even in night qualifying, sometimes you can set quicker lap times in the dark, because of course as the sun's gone down, the temperatures do tend to drop. So therefore with lower temperatures, the track temperature goes down, the air temperature goes down. It means then that the cars are in a much cooler state, and therefore, particularly with tyres, warm tyres on a cooler track is quite an ideal combination, because it means you can regulate the temperature much better and you can push that a little bit harder to get the most out of the tyres and not take too much out of them in terms of grip or wear or degradation or simply just overheating them. That's all work in favour. So I think these two definitely are working together here, because I think Sam Smith is quite content at the moment to give Fabio Randaccio a tow. As I think we're just waiting for still the pit window's got 2.5 minutes to go until it opens. Even on that section of the circuit, it's interesting, on certain parts of the circuit, Sam Smith does get a bit of drive off the corners and is able to pull away fairly well. So continues on through heel. He's now trying to pull a bit more of the gap now. So unless he's listening and he's actually decided he wants to pulling away and creating a gap before his pit stop, which he may well be doing actually, then he's going to try and create some distance between himself and the Uwe Hoffmann's Lotus car. The gap across the line now is gone up by another 7/10, so he's now pulled it from 4/10 to 1.1 in the space of one lap. So I suspect possibly now that temporary truce has now been severed. I think it's now time for Sam Smith. He wants to try and pull away now and start to give himself a bit of a gap before his pit stop. But as I said that, it looked as though that the Greenswell Motorsport car was again coming back towards Fabio Randaccio, so maybe it's not over just yet. Here's your fight for 5th position, still Ben Pitch versus Sean Cooper. Steve Walton's in the background there, and also keep an eye on the car that just flashed through the back of the shot, the Dispatch Bay Express car, still holding on to 8th position. Dispatch Bay with Andy Bicknell starting that car again. He'll hand over to Harry Mailer once the pit window opens in a couple of minutes' time. There's Steve Walton, 9th place. Sorry, 7th place, forgive me. 7th place for him. Pit window should open in about 20 seconds. Then we'll get the first wave of activity in this 4th round of the 2021 FunCup Endurance Championship, which should see the pit window open any second now, because we've now just gone past the half-hour mark. So I imagine we will get our first few pit callers once we get that. I think they do have to pass the board first, I think, and then they can go out and then they can come in once after they've passed the pit board that says the pit lane is open. They do have teamed pit-to-car radios in this championship, but they can have to rely more on board signals as well in some cases, and the pit-to-car radios just to kind of give some loose communication on how the car's feeling, and to give them some pointers on where to go, where to stop, and gives it the proper endurance racing feel with the pit-to-car radios in the mix as well.
The leaders, it's like Martin and bloody Tanya, this, isn't it? You can be Tanya.
So out through the right-hander at School, and Sean Cooper closes back up under braking. Then Pitch will go wide on the exit the first part, just tucked to the inside of the second. You won't get the strongest run through. And there's our first pit caller. So into the pits comes the Team Caldwell car, number 157. So this will be into the pit lane, Brian Caldwell. John will take over for the second stint. So hits the stops. So just making a wander down to check out the pit stop in itself. So also we see the Dispatch Bay team waiting. Harry Mailer there stood patiently waiting for his teammate Andy Bicknell. It's always light-hearted in FunCup no matter where you go. Right, in the pits has come that's the Stand 2 Motorsport car that's coming. Out goes the 157 of the Caldwells. In comes Dispatch Bay, come to a stop. Now let's just watch this for the art of a FunCup pit stop, because it's quite a thing to watch. As one driver jumps out, the other one jumps in. There's the team. I haven't seen much of that car. We talked about it being a little bit anonymous in this first stint, but maybe with Nick Nunn at the wheel, it might start to move up the order a bit more. Through goes the Make Happen racing car after it's finished its pit stop. And the central driving position means it's quite ideal for drivers to jump in and out again, because it's driver jumps out one side, the other one jumps out the other. Out goes Viking. Actually, Viking came in after dispatch bay, and they got out before them. So that's quite extraordinary. So a mega pit stop from Team Viking, though, I noticed that. They got out ahead of dispatch bay, and they must have pitted about roughly 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after dispatch bay stopped, which is quite phenomenal. So fantastic pit work from Team Viking. Great stuff to get them through and to help them make up a couple of places. So these two at the moment can't leave each other alone. This is Sam Smith and Fabio Randaccio. They'll be coming in to hand over. I think it'll be Simon, I think, will be taking over. Yes, Simon Smith will take over the 263 car, and of course Fabio will hand over to Farchini. Still they run nose to tail. One thing this will be helping as well in the slipstream, it'll be helping their fuel economy, because it'll mean that they probably go a little bit longer on the fuel churns, which will be helping them out. So far looking pretty strong for these two. There goes the EDF Motorsport car. Also in the pit lane there is GT Radial number 97. So that's Steve Peat handing over to Ellis Hadley. As the 104 car bumbles its way out of pit lane on the limiter. And I imagine there, right, that's interesting. Now the Team Viking car wasn't in front of Harry Mailer for long, because Nick Nunn has been passed by Harry. So Dispatch Bay are back in front of them after they lost out on the pits in the pits. So we won't get a true representation of where we are in terms of the order until we get to the first round of stops being finished. Head out through Church Corner. Now it's Harry Mailer's chance to build on the decent start that Andy Bicknell's made from the back of the grid. We're starting there because they were the winners of the race earlier on. They were second on the road, but as we mentioned earlier on, the car there that was just ahead of the UVA Hoppers Lotus machine was disqualified for a rear wing issue. It sadly lost its victory, and it might lose the lead here in a second, because down the outside goes Fabio Randaccio. Sam Smith hands him out to dry on the exit of the corner and says, what are you doing? And just Fabio Randaccio, probably not as impressed as that, as he not very impressed at that, and can't really blame him. But then again, Sam Smith will probably protest that he took the racing line, so essentially if he's in front, he's entitled to take within reason possibly what line he wants to do. So let's see when any of these top two decide to pit. It's not going to be for these on this occasion, as they turn out through the bus stop to come back onto the pit straight. They're coming up to put a lap on the number 97 GT Radial car. Ellis Hadley's now at the wheel of that machine. We haven't had everyone make their pit stops just yet. I think everyone aside from the current top 8 have made pit stops. Something suggests that maybe the Agua Caliente car went back out and then came back in again, because it's made 2 pit stops by the looks of it. The MJ Tech GT car squad get to work.
Coming in. I know. as we enter the first round of pit stops for the 4th round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. I'm with Nick Nunn, who's just got out of the Team Viking self-storage car. Nick, it's we think at this time of night it should be getting cooler, but it's actually getting hotter, isn't it?
It is. We're pretty hot out there. Yeah, the sun has come out, and yeah, no, it's hard work. I kind of I dropped away from the leading pack, and yeah, just found it hard to tag onto something. So I thought we'd make an early pit stop, and bang mark in, and see what we can do from there.
And what does it do for the concentration? I mean, it's over 40-45 degrees in the car minimum, and obviously you've got the sun glaring in your eyes going up into the rocket. You've got so much to think about, as well as trying to do as well as you can for your team.
Yeah, it's right. Yeah, I mean, it's not too bad. I mean, put a pair of sunglasses on, and away you go. But no, it's a physical track at the best of times. But yeah, when it's warm, it makes it worse. But yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's good fun.
Excellent stuff. Well, enjoy your energy drink, and we'll catch up later. That was Nick Nunn from Viking Self Storage. Agua Caliente are still experiencing some engine issues, so they're back in the garage. We're waiting for our leaders to come in. The pit window whistle has now been blown to say that the window is now closed, so anyone who hasn't pitted has to come in now at the moment.